Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us today for another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Since the beginning of time, the relationship between the African politician and the media, the way we know it, has been that of the cat and the mouse. When the politician is in bed with the media, the people are in trouble. When the media is after the politician, there is hope for accountability. Today, we look at the case of Honorable Chinedu Ogah. He's from Ebonyi State, representing Ezza South and Ikwo Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives. He wrote a petition against our guest. And because of that petition, our guest was arrested and held for weeks in Abuja. Our guest is James Friday Alefia. He's a journalist and publisher of Nigerian News Today. He was charged under the Cybercrime Act of 2024. He was charged for cyberbullying, stalking, and defamation. We're going to have a conversation with him because as a young journalist, sometimes when they are under attack and they don't get the media that they deserve, politicians and powerful men in society take it for granted that they could treat them any way they like. So please join me as we welcome to the show Friday James. Friday, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Good evening, sir.
Yeah, it's nice to have you. So for those who are meeting you for the first time, you are the publisher of Nigerian News Today.
Yeah.
Where is that based?
It's an online publishing firm, an online media firm in Lagos.
In Lagos?
Yeah.
Okay.
Lagos, Nigeria.
Nigeria. Okay. So let's start from the beginning. You are from Ebonyi State. Is that true?
Yes, I'm from Ebonyi. Yes.
So you are familiar with the politics of Ebonyi State?
Yeah, very familiar with the politics.
Your media outfit, do you just cover Ebonyi State or you cover the whole of the country?
We cover the whole of the country. But then with a special interest in Ebonyi State.
Okay. So you were working at different media organizations and then you started your media organization. When did you start the organization?
I started my organization in October 2023, towards the end of my compulsory national service in Lagos. So I deemed it fit to start my own organization because I have great interest in establishing a media organization right from my undergraduate days.
Okay. And so tell us what happened. How did you get in trouble with Honorable Chinedu Ogah? Now, for those who are watching, let me say that I personally called the honorable member of the House of Rep, Chinedu Ogah. I told him that I will be interviewing Friday today, that I wanted to know his opinion on the issue, the case that led to him being detained in Abuja. And the honorable told us that he said that he will not comment because the issue is still in court. So I gave him the opportunity to weigh in. He said he will not comment because the issue is in court. So James, go ahead and tell us when did you start your media organization?
Okay, I started in 2023 October, and we registered with the Corporate Affairs Commission, which is the the commission in charge of registering new companies in Nigeria. We registered as Ashiwaju Media Company Limited, and we've been empowered to operate as a media organization. Since then, before now we operated as Ashiwaju Media. For some reasons, we decided to rebrand to Niger News Today.
Okay. Chinedu, sorry, Friday, there is still noise where you are. I told them, can you please stop the people who are making noise? So why we're doing this is that it's very important for us, especially those who are interested in the media doing the job they are doing. If you look at Nigeria, you find out that it's very easy. People in rural areas and people who are not in big cities or do not have big platforms. Sometimes politicians and powerful people in the country find it very easy to pick on these people doing their job. And these are the people who will be the next set of journalists who will run the media that will hold people accountable in the country. So we're talking to Friday James to share his experience with us, how he ended up being locked up in Abuja and what happened there. So, again, Friday, thank you so much. So I was saying, tell us, so you are familiar with Honorable Chinedu Ogah?
Yes, I'm familiar.
Okay. I understand that he is the one representing you in your own federal constituency.
Yes.
What kind of person is he?
I'll describe Honorable Chinedu Ogah as one of the politicians that I've known for years as the best grassroots mobilizer. Being a politician is not just doing his politics in the city. He goes into the grassroots. And like you can see in the video, all these things, maybe sharing money. Though some of the time as a journalist, I frown at such kind of empowerment that they call it down there. But then he's someone who is a great mobilizer.
Okay. So when did he become a member of the House of Rep?
He became a member of House of Rep in 2019 when he contested against the then House of Rep member representing the good people of Ikwo Ezza South Federal Constituency, Honorable Lazarus Ogah, where INEC declared after the 2019 election, INEC declared Honorable Lazarus Ogah as the winner of the Federal House of Rep member in the constituency. But then Honorable Chinedu Ogah approached the court, and through the court, he won the case from court, and he took over as the House of Rep member since 2019. And since then, this is his second term in the House.
Okay, so when they say these are good guys and bad guys, do you think is he delivering for his constituency?
Yeah, he's delivering. Even if you go through some of the project-wise, he's delivering. Because when I go through his constituency project, especially in 2024, on our website we publish lineup of projects that he commissioned in 2024 alone, and you can't compare him as far as project commission is concerned to any of the Federal House of Rep member in a point. So on projects, I will rate Honorable Ogah 70%.
Okay, so how did you run into a problem with him? What happened?
Okay, politicians, what they like, especially politicians from Africa, there's so much love, praise singing, and when most of us who are not into praise singing or yellow journalism, when some of us that do accountability journalism, they do anything possible to come after us. So my arrest and detention came as a result of a few publications that my media organization made. One bordered on a land grabbing issue involving the honorable member. The other bordered on extortion issue. Some of the story bordered on intimidation, and I think the other one bordered on electoral fraud. And we published this story. We did our investigations as journalists, and we published this story. All of a sudden, in 23rd of October, on 23rd of October, I was arrested in my house in Lagos. And when I got to the police command in Ikeja, Lagos, I was shown the petition. And some of the stories we published on our website were used as proof of evidence for this particular petition, which is one of the story you're seeing on the screen. Ebonyi rep member threatens constituent for supporting charity foundation, and some other stories.
So let's look at this particular story, which was the person that was threatened was Mr. Oliver Mwacho. Did you talk to Oliver?
Yes, we spoke with Oliver. He even sent a voice note, a voice record of the communication he had with the honorable member. And when he forwarded, I got the knowledge of that voice note. I called him, and what happened? And he explained to me using voice note and even using text to explain what actually happened. And we tried reaching out to the honorable member, but then he wasn't taking our call. So we decided to write our story.
Okay. So you tried to reach out to him before you publish the story?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Now let's look at this other story, which is about land grabbing. What is going on there?
The land grabbing.
Yeah.
A lot of people have been complaining about the land grabbing, those victims, and we decided to approach the victims and ask them what is actually happening. And they granted the interview, and we decided to use the interview to write our story. And this story was done by one of our reporters, Fatima Abdullahi. And I believe she consulted and contacted the victims very well before writing the investigative story. And concerning this story, there's this TikToker, Mr. Chisom Acho, who is still in custody, he's still in Enugu prison. And he was arrested by the same honorable on the issue of the land grabbing stuff. But then this same guy made several allegations that even his own family was fully involved, that the family land was snatched away by the honorable member and a lot. So we decided to weigh in by writing the story on it.
So when police came to your house and knocked on the door, what did they tell you?
When they entered, I think the first thing they were interested in, because why they were interested, I feel like why they were interested in my passport on the 9th of September, I traveled down to Ebonyi. And while I was in Ebonyi, a day came when they planned beating me up, because I can't say arrest, because they were coming with boys to beat me up, to hold me down and beat me up. So but I got the information prior before the time, and I ran away. And then the following morning, I ran back to Lagos. So when I got to Lagos, I was like, oh, what do I do? I know this man is capable of coming to Lagos to even look for me. What do I do? Where do I seek safety? So I probably made a post on my Facebook handle that I've gained admission in Chester City University, University of Chester in the UK, and I'll be traveling to the UK soon. So, but then it was just a kind of trying to divert their attention from my actual location. So when they came inside my room that day, they were much interested in my
International passport.
international passport. Yes, and when they collected the passport, they also collected my laptop, my phone, and they packed some clothes inside one of the bag in my room. And they told me I'm not coming back. I was like, "What's the problem? Who are you?" They said they are police officers from the FCT command, Abuja, and there's a petition against me. I told them, "Oh, I am a journalist, and I don't run away from law enforcement agencies. So if there's a petition against me, then you should invite me, and I will show up to come and explain myself." They say that it's good that they are here. So that evening, I was taken from my house to Area F Command in Ikeja, the Ikeja Zonal Command, where I spent 2 days before I was taken away to Abuja.
So at Ikeja command, did they show you the petition against you?
Yes, they did. We got to Ikeja around 11 p.m. that night, and they showed me the petition. I looked at it. I told them, yes, some of the proof of evidence, which included the printout of a screenshot from my website. Yes, I own this website, and we are liable to whatever we publish, and we can defend anything we publish. But when they started telling me I was going to write statement that night, I told them no, it's not done that way. I can't write because of the level of this petition. I can't write statement that night, so I would have to wait for my lawyer to come here before I write. They tried forcing me that night. I told them I can't. So until when they finally agreed, and I called my lawyer, he said it's already late, that he's coming in the morning.
So your lawyer came in the morning the next day, and what happened?
Yeah, he came and we started the statement writing. We completed same day.
Well, what did the statement say?
They, in the statement, we're trying to tell them that yes, we publish those articles, but we can prove it because we have evidence, and we've done our job as journalists, and we can prove it.
Okay. So and then what after that? What happened to you? Why did they
Yeah,
decide to take you?
I spent the following night in police detention in Lagos, and the following morning, being on Friday, I was taken from Abuja to Lagos, and I was on handcuff from Lagos to Abuja as if I killed someone, or I am one of those bandits. But then I am not. I am just a journalist trying to do my job.
Did they fly you to Abuja or did you go by road?
No, it was by road.
And you were handcuffed all through the way.
Yes, I was handcuffed. We
How
left
many police
late.
officers were in the vehicle? What kind of vehicle is that?
It was Corolla. I can't remember the model, or it was Corolla. There were three police officers from Abuja.
3.
Yes, sir.
So you were sitting at the back or in front? Where were you?
I was sitting at the back with one, while the one driving, which is the team leader, and the IPO was sitting at the front. I was sitting at the back seat with the other officer.
Did you guys stop and did they buy you food? How were you treated?
Yeah, we bought food in Lagos while we were living. The one we ate in the morning, and at another stopover in Ondo State, we bought food. But all this while, I will be forced to stay in the car, even while I want to ease myself. Uh, they will also leave that handcuff on my hand, and I'll have to go and ease myself. They will follow me to the other side of the road where I will ease myself. Then they will take me back inside the vehicle.
What were they telling you while you were in the vehicle going to Abuja? Were they having any conversation with you?
The only conversation they were having with me is that Though I will feel like I'm doing my job, but then we know the kind of continent or the country we find ourselves, that these politicians don't like people who are attacking them. So they actually they are humans. They are Nigerians, and they feel what every ordinary Nigeria is feeling. So they know the truth. But at a point, I know that they're doing their job, but they are going to extreme, because I don't see every reason for that treatment of handcuffing me from Lagos to Abuja. I don't see any reason for that, because I was not caught trying to kidnap someone or stealing, or I was caught with firearm.
So you got to Abuja. What happened?
We got to Abuja on we left Lagos Friday morning. We got to Abuja Saturday morning. That should be very early Saturday, the midnight, around 2 a.m., 3 a.m. I was thrown into the SARS detention facility around Busape area of Abuja, where I stayed the whole of Saturday, no food. I stayed the whole of Sunday, no food, because I had no money on me. The money, even the money my lawyer gave me while I was leaving Lagos, was still inside my bag, and the bag is in their custody. So I had no money to eat on Saturday and Sunday. So I have to just survive on people's diary that they gave me inside the cell. So on Monday, I was brought out. They said they wanted to do the additional statement. I met with the assistant commandant of the anti-cartel unit. They asked some questions. I see, maintain my stand that this is what we've done. We are just doing our job as journalists, and we don't have any personal issue with the honorable concern. So we are just trying to do our job.
So there was additional statement. Why was that necessary? Why was that necessary for you to write an additional? Did they explain to you?
The additional statement, was when the honorable came, and he started insisting that I am not just doing this. Someone paid me already to tarnish his image, and until I mention the person's name, that's when he will ask them to release me. And I told them, nobody sponsored me, nobody is sponsoring me, and no one is going to sponsor me. I'm just trying to do my job as a journalist, and I can't agree to calling anybody as this is the person sponsoring what I'm doing. So
So
it was after the conversation with the honorable and the police that they asked me to write an additional statement.
before this happened, the whole of this incident, have you heard from the honorable before, like as a journalist? Has there been any contact between two of you?
No, there've not been direct contact between two of us.
He has not threatened you or your family member for anything you've written.
Yeah, I think within that, before when I was arrested, my elder brother, Dr. Chinedu Alefia, who is a lecturer at the Department of Mass Communication, University of Calabar, called me that Honorable Ogah called. This is his complaint, and he said he's going to deal with me. I told him, I've not done anything wrong. Thank God, before becoming a lecturer, we are practicing journalism. So I'm just trying to do my job. So just for now, we'll keep doing our job, but then nobody will stop us. So it was not coming as a direct threat, just calling my family members to report my activities to him.
So after you wrote the additional statement, what happened in Abuja?
After the additional statement, they said they were charging the case through the police to court. And it took a very long time. I stayed in detention from 23rd of September the 8th of this October, when they finally filed the case to court, the 5 count charges. And after filing, they started complaining that it's taking time for them to assign a date to the case in court, and this lingered till the 12th day of November 2025, when I was finally arraigned at the Federal High Court, Maitama, Abuja.
Yeah, did you have a lawyer at that event, the arraignment?
Yes, yeah, I have a lawyer.
Okay. So and then what was did they grant you bail that day?
On the first, my arraignment day, I was not granted bail because though my lawyers submitted my motion for bail application the first time, but then they didn't follow the processes and it was not submitted with my file. So the court couldn't hear my bail application on the day of the arraignment.
So you went back to detention.
Yes, I was remanded in Kuje Correctional Center in Abuja from the 12th of November 2025.
How is the treatment in Kuje when you were there? How was it? How were you treated? How is the environment?
One thing even as a journalist who do accountability journalism, I'll still rate Kuje the best when it comes to the inmates and the correctional service officers relationship. They really treat people as humans, unlike stories I've heard from other correctional centers. I was treated fine, especially when I introduced myself to them as a journalist. I received a very good treatment from the day I stepped my feet there till the day I left. So um,
I wanted to know, like, how is the meals that you were served there? How was it? What was it like? What is
okay.
the cell? How many
The,
people are in the cell? How what is it? What is it like? Give us a little bit more details.
some of the said they have custodies in they have different custodies where they have custody one, custody two. I stayed in one of the custody, and it's a very big custody where they nicknamed Egypt, and it's a very big hall, and they have bed, they have fan, they even have their TV set where you entertain yourself when you feel like, and everything was on set. But then your movement was restricted. My movement was restricted. I can't possibly go out of the gate. Though the movement was the restriction has a limit, because in Kuje, they will open your cell by 9 a.m. in the morning. And for people who are learning how to sew clothes, that the tailors, the shoemakers, you go to your several different workplaces and you stay there. For people, you feel like maybe you want to enroll yourself uh, to get a degree or master's degree in the National Open University, the Kuje campus. You're free, and it's government sponsored. So one of the things that I also learned is that people who know that their case will keep them longer in Kuje can actually use that period to learn one thing and even change things in their life. So there is restricted freedom in Kuje, if there is a word like restricted freedom.
Mm. So how many people are estimate of people in Egypt?
We in Egypt we used to have about 196, 198, and the number is always going off and on, because at the time you see people going, maybe they're on bail, they will be bailed out and all that.
But everybody had somewhere to sleep.
Yeah, everybody has somewhere to sleep, and though there is also Kuje is in Nigeria, and we know the Nigerian culture. If you don't have the money, there is nothing for you. So for people, if you're coming in and you have the money to pay, they will give you a better place. They will give you a better place. Like when I entered there. I was introduced to the head of that particular custody. They call them the head of the custody. They call them Sariki. So Sariki is the king. If it is in Igbo, you call him Igwe. So the Sariki takes care of everything. So the Sariki is in charge of assigning bed space to new inmates. So as if you're a new inmate and you're brought to Kuje, if you don't have the money to pay them, one is that you're not going to have a bed space. You'll be sleeping on the ground. You'll be sweeping every morning. You do other work that they will subject you to do. But then because I had the money, they named their price and I had to pay because I needed my own comfort. I was taken to a better place inside the cell where I stayed till I came out.
Was there any important person that you met in there? Any prominent detainee?
Yes, while I was there, though I didn't have personal interactions with them, while I was there, they brought the former governor of Anambra State, Dr. Chris Ngige,
So Egypt.
to that place. Yeah, no, not to Egypt.
Okay.
They have another custody attached to the facility clinic. So that's where he was. But then we used to see maybe when we were walking around through during the evening time, we used to see him wave. So and the almighty this CSP Abakare, I was in charge of the IRC in Abuja, who had been detained there for almost 4 5 years now, and his boys. We used to see them there, and some other prominent people that are inside it.
Okay. So do you have a day? What's a typical day like? You wake up in the morning. What were you doing? You have regiments of things to do?
Yeah, the this thing, the rudiment for the day was then the first time I came inside the today, I decided to, because I am a journalist, I have to also practice to an extent my journalism in the prison. I start conversation with people. What brought you here? What have you been doing? What is going on your case? And after the first week, I switched to reading books. And one of the books I read was a book written by one of the inmates there. I can't really recognize his name now, recall his name, I mean. But then it was a letter to Mr. President. The first day I saw that book at the entrance of the custody library, I was interested. I bought the book and I started reading it. So one thing I do, my daily routine is wake up in the morning. After the morning prayer, I read my Bible because I am a Christian. I also meditate. Then I will pick up the book after my morning food, then read. Because I was not part of those people learning how to make shoes, sew clothes, and other stuff. So I dedicate my time to adding knowledge to myself. So what I do is I read those books for some time, and I will go outside. If there is a church service, I will attend the service, then come back to relax.
You talked about food. What kind of food were you served?
Okay, I can't actually say I was served because in Kuje is a culture that if you want to eat the government food, you eat. Or if you prefer to feed yourself, you can do it so long as you can foot the bill. So, but the kind of food I was seeing uh, uh, was not something I can taste. So I never tested the government food, both the beans and the one they call the gamza, which is a kind of corn feed. I've never tested it. Or people eat the food and I see them eat it. But then it's something I couldn't take while in prison.
So you were buying your own food.
Yes, I was. Why not?
How do you do that? I mean, you don't have the money. Is it your family that brought money and negotiated that? How is it done?
They bring money on a weekend basis to the prison. And inside the prison, we have some inmates that their business is cooking. So what they do is on a daily, they cook maybe probably in the morning or in the afternoon. So, but the stuff they use in cooking, I think, is some of the correctional service officers that help them buy it outside. So they cook inside and they sell to some inmates who are willing to buy. So the routine was in the morning they will come and take my plate. The guy that served my food already know that is the only guy I was eating his food from day one till the last day I left today because one he's my brother from a point state and I have to patronize him.
So how much is a meal in Kuje prison, the one you buy for yourself?
A meal that costs from 2,000 Nigerian naira.
Okay, let's
So
get back. Go ahead, finish up.
from 2,000, maybe 2,500, 3,000, but it depends on whether you want to buy fish or meat. So, but the benchmark is 2,000 naira.
So let's continue. So you were kept in Kuje, and how did you regain your freedom?
The court on the 27th of November granted me bail, 20 million naira bail, or shorty in like sum. The shorty was a federal civil servant who is resident in FCT and a level 15 civil servant for that matter. And the second shortly was supposed to be anybody who is resident in Abuja and has a viable means of livelihood with 3 years tax clearance. So, and is a very stringent bail condition. Looking at the father, I don't stay in Abuja. I don't know people in Abuja. So, but then before I could fulfill the bail condition, it was already 22 days. So I left Kuje. I was granted bail on the 27th of November, and I left Kuje on the uh, 19th of December 2025.
How did you meet the condition? You called your people and they started looking for people that will help you?
Yes, I called my people and they contacted people that they know in Abuja that can stand for me.
So so you are out on bail. The case is still in court.
Yeah, the case is still in court.
When is the hearing? When is the trial?
The trial was supposed to start on the 27th day of January 2026. But then I went to Abuja for the case, and on the day of the case, the court uh, did not sit. So the case has been adjourned to second day of April 2026.
So your lawyer is he confident that you are going to, what is the strategy? Is he confident that you are going to get the case discharged?
No, the case is still in court, and we're still doing the case. And I wouldn't want to speak further on the case because it's still in court, and I believe the court, as the hope of the common man, will do justice to the case.
Mm. So in general, before we let our people in and maybe they have questions for you, how will you describe the media environment in Nigeria today?
Oh, the media environment in Nigeria, um, looking at the relationship between the government, especially our politicians and the media, is not a good environment to practice accountability journalism and investigative journalism. What they want is a kind of praise singing and yeah, just praise singing all the time. They don't want when you as a journalist do your job, not minding that journalism and media practice is the only profession recognized by the 1999 Constitution as amended in section 22 and 39. We are empowered to practice without fear, without interference. But then this is the opposite. when we're talking about press freedom in Nigeria is the opposite, because you dare not speak against the politicians in power. You dare not uh, do stories that they reveals their ill practices. So I would say generally that press freedom in Nigeria is in paper, not in practice.
Now, you were charged under what they call the Cybercrimes Prohibition and Prevention Act Amendment, Amended Act of 2024. That's also where
Yeah.
they found the charges against Shore, Omoyele Shore, against Delefarotimi. Virtually everybody who is picked up today is charged under that Cybercrimes Amendment Act of 2024. As a journalist, do you feel do you feel threatened or worried about that anybody can go and write a petition and pick somebody up on the basis of that petition, and it's a crime?
Yeah, I feel challenged because just like you mentioned, the likes of Omoyele Showore, the likes of Dele Faro to me, and many others have been arrested. And according to data from Center for Protection, Committee for Protection of Journalists, they noted that about 25 journalists have been prosecuted using this cybercrime act. And since the implementation in 2024, five journalists, which according to them, I am the fifth journalist being prosecuted under this law. So this cybercrime act is a tool by the political class in our country to silence journalists, to silence the real practice of journalism. So what they want, just like I always say, is praise singing. Once you go after speaking about accountability, doing investigative report, they will come after you with a tool, which is the Cybercrime Act as amended in 2024. So I
You,
feel threatened as journalists.
you are from Ebonyi State, and during the
Yes.
era of David Umahi as governor, there were instances where he personally threatened reporters. There was one Sun newspaper reporter that he told that he could not guarantee his safety in Ebonyi State, that he must leave the state. What is it like in Ebonyi State to be a journalist there? How is the culture?
Hey, Nigerian factor.
Yeah,
Huh?
we know, we understand.
Yeah. So I feel in Ebony, just like in Nigeria at large, the press freedom, just like I stated before now, is is in paper, not in practice. So once a journalist starts speaking against or speaking what the political class don't want to hear, they will come after them. And I could remember in during the regime of the Honorable Minister for Works, Omahe, he said one thing, and it became a slant on the on social media space, that you have the pen and I have the koboko. And you know what that means? After writing, the government, he will deal with you. So, and a lot of journalists suffered under his administration. A lot of journalists suffered.
Why is that? Why is it that states like Ebonyi, Niger states, states that are not on the spotlight, that international media or even the national media don't pay attention to, that they tend to oppress journalists more than the big states that I think maybe they fear the national media? Is that what's going on?
Why they tend to? I think one of the reasons and why they tend to oppress journalists. One of the reasons is that some of the journalist organizations are more of political, a fourth arm of the political parties, like the Nigerian Union of Journalists in the state. Even while I was in detention, they said I'm not a journalist. I'm not a journalist. What is the reason that I am not a registered member of NUJ in Ebonyi State, and they can't interfere in my matter. But then that is aside. We have other cases where journalists from Ebonyi State who practices in Ebonyi State, who is a member of the NUJ in the state, will be abducted by these politicians, and you hardly see the NUJ condemning such practice. Because one, I think they are afraid. They don't know the real job before them as a journalist. That one thing is you have to be fearless. But then there were some of the journalists, even if you interact with them, they will be telling you they have families living in Ebonyi. Their kids are in Ebonyi. So if they start going against them, they will kill them. This will happen. And I think that fear of abduction is what some of them are running away. And that's why the press, the journalists have been oppressed full time in Ebonyi and some other states.
How did the national media cover your case when you were arrested? Did they publish the story, and how did anybody talk to you about what you went through when you came out?
Yeah, the national media, though I still have some reservations for some of the media houses. For organizations like the Premium Times newspaper, they were on my case from the first day to the day I left Kuje. The media right agenda, they were on my case. The Committee for Protection of Journalists, they were on my case. But then what marveled me was, when a journalist is in trouble, even though we don't have personal relationship, but then a journalist in quote that you know that if your colleague is in trouble, the only tool you have to help that person is that your publication demanding for immediate release of that person. But some of the organizations, when they were approached by one of the persons that work with me, that hey, this guy is in detention and he's a journalist, they were still demanding for money before publication. They were still demanding that we pay before they publish my story. But on the day of my arraignment, I didn't know whether maybe my family paid them or what. But then I saw publications when I came out from this day newspaper, from Vanguard, from Punch, and some other national media publishing the story about the day I was arraigned. But for other cases, even going to the extent of calling the honorable, speaking to the police, doing a follow-up stories, Premium Times did a very great job on my case. And Premium Times have been an organization structured to also speak for journalists that have been oppressed. So like I said, I have reservation for some organization, because if we are journalists, we should protect the interests of others while we're in trouble, not demanding for money.
Just to know, you don't have to answer, but will you want to mention the people that asked for money before they cover the story?
No, I wouldn't want to say that.
All right. I understand. I'm not saying. I mean, I don't know how radical you are. Because it won't stop until we expose them.
Yeah, the change begins with us.
Yeah. So
if we can't protect ourselves,
it's not going to stop if they are protected.
Yeah.
Yeah, because sometimes
it's not going to stop.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So we take a break. When we come back, we have a conversation with our guest, Mr. Friday James Alefia, who was detained. Alefia. Okay. Who was detained in Abuja under the orders of House of Rep member Chinedu Ogah. Again, for those who are just joining us, we called the House of Rep member and gave him an opportunity to come and tell his side of the story. He said no, that the case is in court, that he will not talk. So we take a break. When we come back, we will now interact with him. You guys will have a chance to interact with our guest. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
onye mazolo bio akwa nwa zoro bio Max ibia bunye go kwanu mo no fube nazo ulaga ni biazugo mmanwu ulaga do ni biazugo akwa nwa wilochi o biko rapuzoro kona bazia onye mazoro biko abamba wazoro dosari ibia bunye ni kwana mo Ulagadori biazigo Ulagadori biazigo Abamba wilo chilo Bigora buzoro Ona wazi Mazi weko mamwe Odogu no kwerezu neka Onyomo nigadele mo Mazi ni biazigo Go with the melody. You got to go where you're for. Odogu nachala noka. Is it one them nigga delemo? Olaga doni pesigono. Gato ni bezigo amama wilo chilo bigora buzoro ana baze te onyama zoro de amama wazoro de sorry ibya moyano kwana mo ofube naro olaga no ne bezigo nazaboy Ulaga doni biazugo Abamba wilo chilo Biko rapuzoro Anabazi Aiz Odogu kenano bikechofo Ama kwa mnika kugogia Waligwe kwelo Ikechofa bele bege Hey you want So chukwe mekalumo ike chukwu negaji esi nwanne mekene ịlapụ ife niile na-eme wee bịa ka gosili na anyị na gị bụ nwanne wisdom megadi ka nye gị maịkị ka ogobanya bụ egwu isili maxi Obu netiri egwu a malụkwa malụ n'imego m ife ọjọọ wee sị gị nwanne m ife ọbụ na ịchọlụ na ngeme wisdom onume ekene gị ọgbamanwụ iyo biko lapụ zoro 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 Duru joy na bugwa osa Sokoto Ujembe mwilo Anu solo mwe manofia nara Onye nwuro zurike
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this Sunday afternoon. We are talking to journalist, publisher of Niger News Today, Mr. Friday James, who has been went through an ordeal under the hands of Honorable Member of the House of Rep Chinedu Ogah. The case is still in court, and he's been telling us of his experience. James, so you studied journalism at Alex Ekweme Federal University in Ebonyi State. I studied mass communication.
Yes.
Was this what you
Yes.
thought? Did they teach you that this will be part of what you are going to experience when you begin to practice?
Yeah. For every professional practice, we also have some uncertainties that practitioners will face. And I could remember one of my lecturer, who is the head of department in the school now, Dr. Joseph Chukwu, while he was lecturing us on the media ethics and law, he made mention of for some of us who are going to practice journalism and who maybe you're going into journalism not for the modern practice of journalism, because that is what I call yellow journalism or romance journalism. For people who are going to practice investigative and accountability journalism, you're going to encounter all this. So it's just like giving you a prep of that is not easy out there if you really want to practice. Because the way you're preparing to write hard stories, the way the politicians are planning to come hard on you.
Before I get Ify and other people who might want to join us, if you're in the studio and you want to join, turn on your camera. What about your family? Do they worry about you? Do they encourage you, or do they warn you to be careful and find a better job, something better to do with your life?
They didn't warn me. They just the only warning is to just apply caution, both on my security and whatever thing I do, because right from childhood, they knew that I had interest in practicing journalism, and I went to the university. I studied journalism. I didn't just stop there. I also proceeded to the National Brokers Academy in Lagos. I studied journalism. And after then, I went to West African Brokers and Media Academy, the same journalism. So they've known me that I am committed to the practice of journalism. And they can't advise me to do otherwise. But then the only thing as family is that they just advise I apply caution. So because they know I've not done anything wrong.
All right. So let's, Ify, welcome to the show.
Good morning, Friday. Good afternoon from here. This is just kind of chilling for me. Does this even really worth it? Do you ever think of your life being in danger? Because Nigeria, we don't have free speech anymore. And you can see what is going on in the country with Showore and the rest of other people that are speaking up against this government. Yeah. You are not popular. This is the first time of me, seeing you or hearing about you. Aren't you worried that, these people might get rid of you?
As a journalist, I've always encouraged myself. That is, as a journalist, with my pen, with my iPad, I am like a soldier at the war front. And to protect the society is in our hands as journalists. So if journalists stop speaking ill about these politicians because of the kind of practice they do in our society, it means that the people's voice would die. So if I am one of the voice that will speak for the people and will speak past this message of liberation, that will pass this message of press freedom. And along the line, uh, I something happened to me along the line. I would take it as just like a soldier who died at the war front while trying to defend the territorial integrity of the country.
Before I can give you another chance if you want to, let me. So last week we had El Rufai deny any knowledge of what happened to Abubakar Idris, who is known as Daddy Yati, yeah, who was picked up, disappeared under his when he was governor of Kaduna State. So when you hear stories like that, what does that do to you and your desire to practice journalism?
Okay. The story of Dadiata since 2019, since he was adopted, and for Nasiru El-Rufai coming online to deny that he had no knowledge. He said he is calling another person into the matter. So what comes to my mind every time is, this practice is all about commitment, just like I said. I always make references to things that we can place our mind. We have drivers who apply the highway every day, and most of the time you see a driver um, uh, having an accident along the highway and he dies. It doesn't stop other drivers from applying the highway or doing their work as a driver. We might not probably have the same faith, but then my mission and vision is to always speak up when the people are oppressed. Even at this period when I am being oppressed, I will still speak up.
Go ahead, Ife.
So you are willing to die in the cost of this job? That's the question.
Willing to die. Nobody wants to die. All of us will die one day.
But this is a dangerous situation for you at this point.
It's a dangerous situation. But then, just what I have learned how to do is to apply caution. One, on my security, because I was actually tracked. I was actually tracked all the way from Abuja to Lagos. And when they came to Lagos, they stayed days in Lagos trying to track my location. So I just have to improve on my own personal security and take caution on some of the things that are not worthy.
How are you paying for your lawyer? Is your lawyer rendering service free?
I pay him.
From where?
Family and personal funding.
Yesterday was Valentine's Day. Do you have a girlfriend or wife, and what are they saying about your job?
Presently, I don't have a girlfriend. Maybe I feel like I will be more exposed to dangers if I have one or if I had one before now. And I don't have a girlfriend, and I have only my mother. My dad is late. I have just my family. So what they keep telling me is apply caution. They are not telling me to quit the job as my work as a journalist, but just apply caution.
Someone here on the comment section is saying whether Nigeria is worth dying for. Do you think Nigeria is worth dying for?
Nigeria is no country is worth dying for, be it America or other countries. But then Nigeria is our own, and if we don't fight for what belongs to us, who will do that?
So, who are your role models in journalism when you were growing up, and the decision to study journalism and mass communication, as they say in Nigeria?
My role model, while in school and even before then, I had wanted to become a broadcast journalist, and I had this man, Mr. Ike Okere of the Radio Nigeria there, who I intend to toe his own line. But while in school, because I also involved myself so much in student union politics, uh, I changed the line to Shonwore, and that is the man because I know how fearless he is, and if he can do it, I can do it. Can do it. So I told his own line.
Have you met him before?
Yeah, while I was still in police detention, I think that should be October 21st. Um, he was arrested in connection with the protest they had in Abuja. He was brought to the same detention facility. So, but then they couldn't allow us have a full access to him. So, what I did was I wrote what brought me there and my name and sent to him through a piece of paper. The guy told me immediately he saw the name, he said, that guy from a boy. So he promised he was going to talk about the matter when he goes out of detention. But unfortunately, um, from police detention, he was taken to court. From court, he was remanded in prison. So all this process, I think he lost the paper. So I got in touch with him after I was released in prison, and we started talking. He said, yeah, someone showed him that I was in SARS detention when he came, and he left with the paper, but he misplaced it during the course of his moving to prison and coming to court. So since then, we've been having conversations. So he invited me yesterday to come for one of the gatherings he had in Lagos, Fall in Love with Freedom, which is part of his own way of celebrating love. And also because he was a freedom fighter, he had to go there. Or I couldn't go there yesterday because I'm still trying to maintain my indoor status for now.
That's Valentine's Day for those who do not have wives and girlfriends. Is that what it was?
No, that is Valentine's Day for people who love freedom, who want a better Nigeria. It doesn't mean whether you have wives or girlfriend, because I saw the likes of.
Before this interview, I spoke to Showera. He was hanging out in Lagos. He had no wife because he left his wife in America. And he was inviting to come and spend. All right. If you have any other question for him.
Okudoka, you need to stop invading people's privacy at this point. Honestly, Nigeria is not a typical country anybody will wish to live in, to be honest with you. This morning when I woke up, I was talking to myself because I'm very passionate. I don't live in Nigeria. I live in the state where we have, I would say, free and fair election. It might not be perfect like other people say, but to me, it's perfect. Have you ever thought about leaving the country, to pursue other, other ambition and other plans? Because the way this country is going, if you have money, we're so much into this money things. We don't follow the rules, we don't follow the regulations. So if you have money, you can do whatever you want to do. Imagine a senator here in this country arresting me for doing, as a journalist. I just can't, picture my mind or think about that. So you're doing what you're doing. I thank you for doing that. But, like somebody asked you in the comment section, does Nigeria worth dying for? But my question is, have you ever thought about leaving the country where you can freely express yourself and do your job?
Yeah, I've also and I've always thought about leaving the country. Um, Immediately I finished my compulsory national service in Lagos in 2023. I started processing my MSc admission at the University of Chester, UK. Um, uh, Late 2024, that should be October 2024, I was offered admission to do digital marketing. So initially I applied for multimedia journalism, but then I was given digital marketing. But then the funding was not there, so I have to drop. So since then, I've also tried several scholarships, and I'm still trying because I have a dream that one day I will leave this country. But I'm not leaving this country not to fight for freedom, but it will be safer for me out there.
So, apart from leaving the country, in 5 years from now, where do you see yourself as a journalist? What do you think you'll be doing if you continue to practice in Nigeria?
Okay, 5 years from now, um, I want to appear on the top list of Nigerian journalists who speak the truth to power. And I am also not when I'm planning to be, because the way I told you, my role model is Shawore, and I know a lot of things he has suffered in this country when it comes to fighting for freedom. He left his family since 2 years or going to 3 years now, and he's in Nigeria. His passport is seized. He can't maybe visit the family. So I see myself in 5 years as being that journalist who will not surrender to oppression, who will build a platform that will be used to fight for people's freedom.
All right, thank you so much. You mentioned Showere, and one of Showere's right-hand people had you, and he's here. Unlike you, you're taking a risk. Dr. Chidi Anyanwu went to Nigeria and was hanging out with Odumeje. This is a journal, big time Canadian-based reporter. He's hanging out with Odumeje. so Chidi, welcome to the show.
Yes, Dr. Damages, I got the power. I'm about to release my power now.
Maybe you give Friday some of those
I will release a bit to shaker. Gandusa for you now. Yeah, good to have. Thank you for having me here. I was actually have a meeting on the hour, but I was scrolling through my WhatsApp, and I said, "Oh, maybe you're still on." You see, I came in when I wasn't even prepared. That's why I didn't even know I was on. I was just clicking on the link and I saw I was on. That's why I had to run out and come to my to my studio, getting ready for the meeting. But on a serious note, what your topic resonates with me because, in fact, if you go to my channel, I just released a video, 2 videos actually that I did there that pertain to what you're saying. One is I did a documentary on that lady who got bitten by the snake. But that was just, I used it as a means of addressing the issue of what I think is going on in Nigeria. And then the second one is I just did a monologue where I said Nigeria is tired. Nigeria is just tired. Where we are right now is
Chidi, we can't hear you again.
Can you hear me?
Oh, okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay, you can hear me. Okay, so it says we're in a state of, but all it's trying to say is that we're in a state of confusion in Nigeria. You don't even know how to begin to analyze the situation in Nigeria. But I think with all the shenanigans that are going on, people are tired, and when you have pushed them to the point where you have pushed them right now, the next thing that is going to happen is there's going to be an explosion. There is nowhere else to go. You know what, like when you've pressed people down to the wall, it's not, I mean, I really want to sympathize with my brother for what you happened. And of course, you know that we all suffer. When I say we all, anybody who is speaking against the government, you can see my own is clearly stated. I say I don't like Tinubu and APC. For that alone, I could be arrested. And in fact, when I was going to Nigeria for the Christmas, I already made arrangements. I thought I was ready to be arrested at the airport. I thought that was going to happen. So I made arrangements.
What arrangements did you make?
Arrangements.
Yeah. Can you share what you made, the plan you had?
I made sure that all the prisons around, all the police stations around Abuja, that I know where they can buy food from Mama Puts if they arrest you.
No. Next time, Friday is a good source now, because Friday has somebody from his states at Kuje prison. If you ever see yourself there, call Friday.
Soap. You have to know who is in charge of which prison, so that they can be cutting soap for you. No, things like that, and then you can get a good place to be sleeping, and when they share food, all those things. I made arrangements for that. But really, it's not funny. It's not funny that when you're traveling back home, you'll be making arrangements for if you eventually get arrested. Why? And this is me going home with my family to enjoy Christmas, but being aware that instead of even me getting worried about this insecurity, I was getting worried and getting prepared for confrontation with the government. That's just the truth. I was afraid of the government and what they could do to me as somebody who is in the opposition. And these guys, there's so much to talk about concerning this topic. I wish I had the time, but I just say
thank you so much.
Just say let me pop.
I have a question for you. So my question is,
Michael, hold on, Michael. Chidi, we will invite you, and then have this year hanging out with Odumeje. You need to explain that to us. I need to know that will happen. All right, Chidi, thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you.
Okay, let's welcome Michael. Okay, go ahead, Michael.
Okay, so my question is, you said that when you guys post and the government sees it, it goes against what he wants to get done, and it goes against what he's moving or doing, he arrests you guys. And then my question is, well, if you post individually, I was watching a forum on YouTube, and the Chinese government was saying essentially like what you guys do, the journalists, when you make a post that goes against what's going on currently, right? The government will find you because anytime you post to a website, your information you post uploads to their database. They download everything, know your location, metadata, and everything. So when it goes against it, they're able to find you before your information can spread wide stream. They find where you're at and they stop it from spreading. So before it can even start, the whole thing shuts down. And I was reading your case, and I saw that it says you got a lot of delays. Your fine persecution, 50,000 naira. I think it said it was only 35 USD dollars translated. But the more I look at it, I see it more as instead of you just posting by yourself, instead inform the public by going outside. Because by you post, you're putting a target in your head, but you're making it easier to find where you're at and stop you. But if you're more within the public and more local, if posting is online, the public is local. So by being more local, you'll be able to gather more attention. But then again, at the same time, as people become aware of themselves, because they got to come to the realization is this is what is going on. Yes, you can post it, you can realize it yourself, but they themselves got to come to their own realization like, oh, okay, now I understand what is actually going on. And I see it as by you involving the public more. Yes, by posting online, but the average Nigerian, how many of them have internet or electricity or even access to the websites that you post or even know about the website? If you don't know about the website, even in that community, you have no idea that the community even exists. And by posting, it brings awareness to those who match the algorithm. If my video feed is not anything near what is going on in Nigeria, if your article, your video is not going to reach me at all. The only reason I'm able to see, I'm all the way in the U.S., I'm able to see it just because I watch a lot of African news and what is going on. But I'm trying to tell you, you have to involve the public more. Over here in the States, we watch YouTube a lot. Like the algorithm, it's everywhere, so we're able to see what is going on because we don't know what's going on. I think last time I was in the show, I was watching this older guy came on. He said, "Where was all these people when this event was happening and this other past event was happening?" And I had to explain to him. The media didn't bring the attention. No one knew what was going on in Africa until they started talking about Palestine. From Palestine went to Congress. Everybody was like, "Oh, the AES happened." They were like, "Oh, this is what's going on within Africa. This is actually what is going on. This is the corruption." I think here is corrupted, but no, there was no media. No, the main media didn't bring it to us. If you what you knew is if you were in the community, if your online space or algorithm was Pan-African or Pan-African focused, and was able to get the news. But if it was a regular person that watched sports, soccer, football, you go out in day-to-day life, you're not going to see that. You're going to only see mainstream news. But as y'all know, and we know over here, mainstream news over here is bought. The people that own mainstream news and censorship over here, the way they describe news, especially people, black people, it's terrible. They make you seem like you're terrorists within their own city, but what they just did is nothing. Like, for example, the Epstein just released. Nobody got arrested or anything. But then they killed, but 2021, about 5 years ago, 71,000 black girls under the age of 17 were kidnapped. The government never made any post. It was not on CNN. It was not on any major news platform on TV. To find the article, you have to go online and read it online. So, man, if y'all news corrupted, our news corrupted as well. So we watch a lot of YouTube. That's the reason we're able to see what is going on now. Before it was news. It was all everything on the news, the TV, the news. Now, like, okay, the news is brought out. So now we're coming online. We're seeing what is going on over there. And we, like you said, you're posting journalism. But we're trying to explain to you, you have to organize the people first. As you just posted, you can be stopped quick. So your post will not even reach that far, even on YouTube. When you first start posting on YouTube, you have to post. You have to continually keep posting to get into the algorithm. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. So now, my thing is, if you really want to make a change and like expose these people, you have to involve the public first. Show the public, show them presentations, show them their documentation of, wait, they're doing this, they're contradicting themselves over here. This is where the holes are at. By showing the public, now they're able to be aware and they're able to even defend you. When they see people come like, okay, wait, they're looking for him. Hello, oh, you see, I think her name is Alefia Friday James. I might say her first name wrong. Excuse me, I'm sorry. But essentially, the people are like, oh, he's just being honest with us. He's showing us what is going on in the government. What he's saying makes sense. We cannot let them stop him. We see what happened with the AES. When the U.S. and the EU try to smear the campaign, because they see the government improving, the people themselves came up and said, wait. He's helping improve the situation. What does that show? Psychologically, it shows that when people respect what is going on politically, when it's your political class and your elite class, you don't have a political class. Your only political class are all elite class. They all have money for themselves. All your elites are your political party, essentially. So essentially, when they're like, oh, wait, this is what is going on? No, we support the government. If the government wants to just ban all political parties, we see what happens when the political parties you can corrupt and you can pay them. Because at the end of the day, you think about it, democracy is a majority of the rule. Over here, what they do with democracy is it's called gerrymandering. So they'll take their district, like, for example, you live in Minnesota, right? Let's say Minnesota, you have 5,000 black people, 2,000 Asians, 3,000 Mexicans, and maybe 10,000 whites. Well, essentially, the black people votes are supposed to be, okay, since there's more white people than black people, the black people vote have to count a little bit more to balance it out. But what they're doing is political parties, there's Democratic and the Republican. There's only two political parties. And those two political parties are always fighting for influence. Now, I don't want to go into details on what they fight about, what they're trying to, which direction each way is going. But essentially, what I'm trying to explain to you is you got to involve the people first. And I kind of went all over the place, but I just want to give you examples of by involving the people and letting them know it's easier to let your message spread more, because it's by the people the message is going to spread. Your journalism, your writing, whatever you post, the people are going to have to talk about it. If they don't talk about you, whatever you post, it wouldn't even matter. They don't care about it. But by you involving the people more and more and more, number one, you take the target off their back a little bit. Okay, they don't see me online every single day. I can post on this journal site, but this location, I'm not there anymore. I'm in this location. The people around me know what's going on. You got to connect with more people, because there's people that think like you. I'm in the States, of the United States, and I understand what you're trying to do. I applaud it. We try to practice the same thing over here, and we get arrested. Journalists get killed. They get arrested for espionage. What you did, what they were considered as terrorism that goes against national security. you get arrested over here too as well. So what you're doing, we appreciate it. We see you. We're saying, okay, then go into the public more. Because over here, how to gain a following is to go outside. Over here, Christian groups, they'll go door to door. Oh, are you invite you? What do we do? Go to your door, invite you to church. Come to the church. People to people to people. You wouldn't even see them online. You just come to your door, connect with the people more. So essentially, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because if you try to go online is all algorithm. I could pay a company to spam my IP address, the domain, spam my ads, or I can just go outside to the people and talk to them, show them examples. Because how many people got electricity anyways is go online. So if they don't go online, whoever sees online more and spread it to the people by talking, then they got the influence of the whole people.
All right, Michael, thank you so much. I think what you're saying is what we are actually doing here, which is to highlight his plight and make sure that people know what's going on with people like him. Because sometimes what you find out in Nigeria and African countries, if you are not a big name journalist and you are in trouble in those areas, you find out that you don't get the media attention that you deserve. And then the politicians enjoy that way. Because now, like when I called the House of Rep member before this conversation, he was worried that he's getting a call from New York about this case. Like, what is going on?
Watch you guys too.
Yeah, and so he will be. They will all be careful. Everybody will be careful if they know that the media is paying attention, because these are people who have interest in going abroad, and they know that there might be restrictions that will come with being seen as someone who is.
Y'all get social media background check for the past 5 years for every person that tries to come to the U.S. They're going to check your social media. Any anti-U.S. or anti-European posts, you will not be allowed entry. I'm just giving you a heads up. That's in our foreign policy. If y'all want to read it, just search up United States of America foreign policy. And I'll just.
Thank you, Michael. Friday, there's a question for you on the comment section. I want to give them a chance. Somebody wanted to know, I can't find it, but I think something about, are you a spokesperson for Ashiwaju? Because how did you get Ashiwaju on your name? How did that happen? Are you speaking for Ashiwaju?
I am not a spokesperson. Yeah, I am from Ebonyi State. I am of Igbo origin. But then Ashiwaju is the Yoruba name, which means to lead. So my own Ashiwaju is different from the Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I think there is popular music in Nigeria, Ashiwaju no be Tinubu. So I'm just bearing the name because I love the name, and it's a kind of my nickname. Most of my friends in Lagos knows me as Ashiwaju, and I decided to also use the name in registering my company with CSC. So I am not the spokesman to the president.
So you were able to register Ashiwaju LLC, or what? What is it? What is the name of the company?
Ashiwaju Media Company Limited.
Wow. Okay. That's a jackpot. All right, we're going to take a break. When we come back, we round up. If you want to interact with him, our guest Friday, please join us. It's very important. I think it's important that people who typically come on this platform to criticize the media will have an opportunity to meet someone who is actually practicing and dealing with the consequences of the expectations that we have on the media. We always expect them to do this and do that, but without thinking about the price they pay for the job that they do. So we'll take a final break, and when we come back, we round up our conversation with Friday. right, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining us. I see new people, but we're having a conversation with journalist and publisher of Nigeria News Today, who was picked up in Lagos and taken to Abuja, where he spent weeks locked up at Kuje prison. The case is still ongoing. Before we started, I mentioned that I called the honorable member of the House of Rep to see if he would like to join us in this conversation. He said he will not. So Friday, let's just round up. And,
sorry for a minute, Papudoka. How do you expect him to come and join you? Eh? Why do you want him to come here and disgrace
he was surprised, that you are discussing this. Where? I said, yeah, we're discussing.
Yeah, of course he will not come because trust me, everybody will ask him all questions and he will not be able to answer it. Because Nigeria, we are fond of intimidating people. So I don't expect any of the politicians to come here, honestly speaking.
All right. So Friday, one question from me. I will ask you, stay humble, and I will let him intervene and maybe ask a question. But in this story, one of the stories that got him mad was this story about what was it about again? The land, is it the land one or Charity Ebonyi rep member threatens consistent? Okay, so in this story, he called one Oliver Nwancho and threatened the guy. Will you be able to present this guy in court during the trial?
Yes, I'll be able to present him in court.
Okay. I just want to know because sometimes you find out that when it's a court case now, you find these powerful people. They can buy up the people that you even need to make your case. And that has happened before in Nigeria. Stay humble. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, thank you very much. My light situation is not given today, so just manage me today. Sorry. Good evening. Friday. Is Friday your first name? Alefia? I don't know.
Yes, Friday is my first name.
Unfortunately, I missed the greater part of the show. But it gladdens my heart really when I see people, journalists especially, who are challenging the status quo. Because it's not easy really to be a journalist in Nigeria. Sometimes you hear people crying out, calling out. Recently, Professor Patu Tommy called out Shell Okimbaloye for acting the script, which we've all known over the years. But again, they are all paid by the media establishment. So what do you expect? So I'm usually delighted to hear and see people who are still standing, because sometimes we assume wrongly that it's only Rufai Husseini that is still standing, for the truth. While in actual fact, there are other people, maybe because they don't work for Rise TV. We don't know that. Even in the Bible, when Elijah was running away from Jezebel, and God told him that there were still 400 prophets who have not bowed to Baal. So there are still 400 or more journalists who have not bowed to the Baal of Nigerian politics. So I'm really glad. The full story I don't know, but I've read something in the news about you, about your travel and the whole persecution, which is unnecessary, and how you've suffered from the overbearing attitude of the everyday Nigerian politician, the so-called honorables. However dishonorable they are. But yeah, for you and for those who are still standing, who are still challenging the status quo, to you, I enjoin you to continue in that trajectory. So many people who have fought in the past, who have fought against the classless and thieving establishment at some point when they started getting old. Whether Dr. Damages will be part of them in future, I don't know. But at some point when they, start clock 60 and it's time for retirement, so they'll discover that there are no retirement benefits. The Uber managers of this world. So they will, bow to bar. Yeah, so yeah, but the question I was going to ask you is about this your name, really, because sometimes name is really powerful. Anybody who's perused your profile will think, and rightly so, that you're working for the Lion of Bodilem. So I don't know. When did you choose the name Ashiwaju? What informed? Yes, you've explained before I joined that you dislike the name ETC, but I don't think that explanation would be taken hook, line, and sinker by your potential fans. It depends on
Okay.
when did you choose the name, because I know that after the Civil War, a lot of things happened to the mentality, to our mentality. The trauma, psychological trauma that we suffered. So, in fact, when I was young, then people were not allowed to speak Igbo in class. They would pay money because Igbo was vernacular, as they used to say. Whereas people will come back from Yoruba land that time and just be speaking Yoruba as if you win an award speaking it. And Igbo will be regarded as a primitive language. But now things have changed. So was it the post-Civil War trauma that you inherited from your psychological trauma that you inherited from your fourth ancestors that is still affecting you? Or, you just fell in love with the name Asiwaju?
All right. Thank you. Stay humble.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Steombo. I think that name, I fell in love with it from the day I entered NYSC orientation camp in Lagos. I think it was on the 25th of January 2023. Um, while I arrived at camp for the 21 days compulsory orientation exercise, I was part of the first 10 people that completed the camp registration. So, and I was pushed down to platoon 10 for that orientation exercise. So, with that, me being the first person in platoon 10, I was helping the person in charge, the NYC officer in charge of that platoon, to run virtually everything. So when it was time for them they used to elect the head of corps members in each platoon, because I was already so close with the inspector, and I can decide, I can bring out who will be, and nobody will counter that. So, but then I never wanted to be the head of that platoon because I was already committed to the OBS, that's the Orientation Broadcasting Service. And I told them I can't head that platoon. But I will be the one to appoint who will be, and nobody should counter it. So that early morning after the parade, I told them, this is the guy that will be our head in this platoon, and nobody will say anything about it. The inspector have approved it. One guy called me Ashiwaju, and a lot of guys started hailing that name that day. So I fell in love with the name. I started asking them questions because I am of the Igbo origin. What is Ashiwaju? They said Ashiwaju is a leader, and yeah, in Yoruba language. So I decided to fall in love all through my 3 weeks in camp. Everybody, both the corps members, the NYC officers, they know me as Ashiwaju. Even up till now, because I see they still invite me for their opening and closing ceremony in NYC Lagos. They still know me as Ashiwaju. So I decided to buy over the name.
All right. Thank you. Stay humble. Let's go to Jonaba. Jonaba, welcome to the show.
Nice to be with you, Dr. Rudy. I There's an awesome background, right?
Yeah, but go ahead. We can't do much about it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I listened to your interview with Aswaju, and this interesting young man. Is the kind of prison or jail he went in, which is enjoyment kind of. But of course, there's nothing when your right has been deprived, you've been restricted. But to be in prison is not because you are restricted from where you're supposed to go, what you're supposed to do. Sometimes it can be the reflection moment for your life. But Rudy was asking you, and I had when we went to prison in Adeneja, we went to cell first, Adeneja Dele, before we went to the main prison. We never even afford to buy food. You were bringing. I think every week they'll come and deposit money and they cook for you, which is a jumbo. Nevertheless, for what you do and speaking for your generation, it takes courage. But the young man that came um, earlier, he was, of course, is a pure American accent. But I understand what we're trying to tell you about how do you build yourself to make sure when such thing happen to you, just like people can come out for you, which I think this is what you are doing. And thank Dr. Rudolph for bringing you up at the beginning when things like that happen, to show your face more and get more popular so that things that happen to people uh, will not just cut you off. Or will you talk about people like Sowore and the rest of them? They are kind of a big name now. So you and sometimes it played low. Sometimes people don't even want to arrest people. Depends on the temperament of who you are having these issues with. They will just don't want to even arrest you because that bring attention to you and your name begin. You become more popular, like Rudolph. Although I don't know whether I have been to prison, but but uh, I just want to say thank you for your courage and continue to build the momentum, continue to speak out, continue to be Asuwaju to the fullness of it. Don't give up. There's nothing else to give up to go to. And thank you, Rudolph, for bringing the young man. And I hope you bring him more often so that he can speak and thank God if you too that have not been coming, this spokesperson for Peter Obi can take you to Peter Obi platform and you get more popular. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. I don't think there's a question in this, but let me ask you, Friday. There's something the media platform all over the world, not just in Nigeria. The concept is changing. The model is changing. Even how to make money to sustain media platforms is difficult. Big media organizations like New York Times, Washington Post, they are cutting staff. They are struggling to be profitable. A lot of people are asking questions about how do you make your money? How are you sustaining your operation? Where is the source of the income? How are you doing something that most people are struggling with? You're muted. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Just like you said, a lot of media organizations, bigger media organizations, are struggling, and most of the time you see them both the international media and the local media cutting off their staff. But then we have one major mission, which is to always speak up for people. And aside that, even if it is a church organization, you still need funding to run the organization. So the only way we sustain is event around Lagos here. Some of the events they do around Lagos here, I might probably invite. And most of the time, if I am not supposed to be at the venue of the event, they will send a press statement and will write story and send back to them, and they will pay us. And if we are free, we can always go there to cover the event. And secondly, the only major source of income that we had on the platform was from the Google AdSense. But then, since this issue happened, uh, while I was detained, I had two staff working with me before the arrest. So, but then I don't know what happened. They stopped work. So I later asked them what happened. They said that they're afraid they will be arrested, connected to my case. So they stopped working. My platform was down for the whole of 80 something days that I stayed in detention. So, and you know how Google works. It was not coming, the traffic was not coming, everything was not aligning. So I don't know, they disabled our income this thing on their platform, but we're struggling to regain that back. But for now, since I came back since on the 19th of December, we've been struggling to keep up. Though I've not yet got back to my feet because the police are still with my working laptop, they are still with my phone and some other things they collected in my room that day. So they only saying because when I asked them, can you give back these devices to me because this is what I use my working tool, they refuse. So the only thing I've been able to get since then was to get a phone I'll be using for now. For now, we've been struggling, and that's why I have not thought about getting a new staff to start working. So everything I do there is only on my own, and there's no source of income as we speak.
All right. So, Friday, any final thoughts? Or no, before that, Ify, do you have any other question or anybody who is here who wants to?
I wish you all the best and stay safe. Nigeria is a dangerous country at this point. But all the best to you.
All right. Stay
Thank you
humble.
very much.
Yeah, I was going to ask Janaba how he manages to keep his cool without his comment. Anyway, it's fine. So to our guests, Mr. Sewaju, I just enjoying you to continue in the path that you are in, and I pray that God will continue to protect you from the hyenas of Nigerian politics.
All right, Janaba, any question or comment to him?
Not really. Well, keep it up, and hope Rudolph will bring you often so that you get to know him, and he will become your own Aswaj, right?
Yeah.
All right. So Friday, do you know about Delegiwa? I mean, I'm sure that maybe you were not born when he practiced. Do you know anything about? Did they teach him his work in journalism school in Nigeria?
Yeah, any journalism student must know about the Legiwa. I know about him. He died of later bomb, and I know he actually died of what we are fighting for.
Hmm. All right. So, what's your final thoughts before we close?
Okay. First, I want to appreciate Dr. Rudolph and the whole community for giving me a voice, and I want to say that just like I complained before now that journalists in Nigeria I don't know if they are politicizing some of the journalist organization in Nigeria, especially the NUJ. They are now another organ in some of the political parties, especially the Hell on Earth party, the APC. Once it comes to issues concerning APC members or APC politicians, they pay deaf ear even to their own supposed members, the journalists. Even if that journalist is not registered with the NUJ, we have many journalism organization, media organization, association like the GOCOP, the Guild of Online Publishers, and all that. A journalist must not belong to NUJ before he protect his interest as a journalist. So I want to thank your community for giving me a voice. And one thing I've assured myself is in oppression, I will always speak up. In oppression, I will always speak up. And I am not praying to die in this journey, but then to make a better and greater impact as a journalist that will be remembered for fighting for freedom, for fighting against oppression of the people. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much, Friday, for joining us today. And we keep in touch and be watching what's going on with your case. And at any point, we can bring you back and follow up on what's happening. We will take final break, and thank you, Friday. When we come back, we do the final closing. Thank you.
Because you're president, I don't know about them. But anybody that tries to criminalize Nasir El-Rufai should know that he has a battle on his hands till one of us drops dead. And if they have any doubt, they should go and ask Umar Yaradua. I will fight you until I'm dead, because I will not sit back and be accept it because you're president. I don't know about them. But anybody that tries to criminalize Nasir El-Rufai should know that he has a battle on his hands till one of us drops dead. And if they have any doubt, they should go and ask Umar Yaradua. I will fight you until I'm dead or you're dead, because I will not sit back and be criminalized. This is what this government is doing.
Still on this, and probably that is why we still have.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much. We want to round up, and I just wanted to point at a few things in the news. The El-Rufai story continues to advance. People are showing videos of him talking about during the interview with Charles, where he was saying that he had nothing to do with that. He has always been an advocate for dealing with it, bandits and terrorists, and people are now playing videos of him saying that he went across neighboring countries to pay bandits and the terrorists who came to kill people in Nigeria. He has this tendency of talking before thinking. I think, if you remember, his problem with the American government was that in one election he said anybody that will come here and want to tell Nigeria how to run the elections, that they might have to go home in body bags. So there are many instances, so many contradictory statements from him that is now coming back to haunt him. But let me see if anybody has any thoughts on that before we say goodbye. And then maybe Reno, because Reno is also trending. Reno is out there defending the government. I'll play some of his videos after we talk about El-Rufai.
You don't need to play it. We've seen it, Papudoka.
I don't know about everybody, but I know.
Trust me, he's all over social media, and people have been criticizing him. All these people are charlatans. They are all the same. Okay? The same Reno that was praising Peter Obi how many years ago? Today, Peter Obi is the worst thing that has ever happened to Nigeria. Okay, so he's just fighting for his own pocket, because tell me what he does. Does he really have a job? I don't think he has a job. So this is exactly, politics is what he does, and he's good at what he does. So, I don't think he should even be a discussion for us to talk about on this platform. El-Rufai, Uncle, it's only in Nigeria that somebody will talk like this, and he will be roaming around with no problem. It's only in Africa. If not, tell me what gave him the guts to be speaking as if he owns the country called Nigeria? It's just because we don't have a good judiciary. When El-Rufai was was the governor of Kaduna State, we all know what he did. So I don't know why this is just a news. He is part of the government. So if they beat the song for him, play the song, let him go and dance the music with them. I don't have any sympathy. Even this issue of his joining ADC, they are all crooks. They are all crooks. He's part of the government. His son is in the House of Reps. So, I mean, this shouldn't even be a discussion for us, honestly. This is so disgusting to listen to any of these people. My goodness.
All right. Thank you, Ife. Janaba.
El-Rufai is a very interesting guy. I don't know. Is it because Nigerian people don't have data or have 24 hours to listen to him from the past? He himself have been to interview where he says that he pay bandits. The recent one interview he went, he was saying that that is one of the things they don't do. I think well, if I say it's afternoon and you look at your clock and you say it's afternoon, then you are very lucky that day because I think it's all over. But then, Erufai is a typical Nigerian politician. He's just very brave. He know how to rock the airways. The recent arrest or trying to attempt to arrest him from uh, on his arrival. I mean, it's only Airfy that can escape that. And that is this is a strong guy. You cannot underestimate him. But this is Nigerian for you. It's a lawlessness country. The law is broke down. And those that have those Malaysia that fight for them, they're the one that survived Nigeria. If you pick them up, and it's not only the politicians, it's among all the pastors as well. I remember this guys brag about it when he was to be arrested by DSS, Apostle Suleiman, and he told them that if they arrest him, um, uh, what it would cost Nigerian to recover from it will be more than what they're trying to. So when you have the deplorable Nigerians that can just come to sacrifice their life for whatever they are giving them or not give them or want to belong to, anything go down. That's what you see in Nigeria. Is the law breakers. They talk to you. The law is for you. You are the one to abide by it. It's just like what is happening in America today. The government that promises law and order, they are the one now going after the same thing. They are the one that preach about too much government. They are the one now that is government is everything. So their projector, who they are, is what they are trying to say. This is what the person is. So Rufai is another man that can say anything and get away with it. And he brag about Yaradua issue. I've watched it before, and it's never he's something else. It's just a sacrifice for us and Nigerian for us. And it's the same Nigerian. They could slap a young guy, a young baby, a child, and you get away with it. It's a breakdown of law and order. So Nigeria is like when the Bible says all things are possible, I think that scripture is just for Nigeria. Thank you.
Okay, stay humble.
Yeah, I read or I watched this evening someone, analyzing the the allegation made about the importation of a toxin into Nigeria. But a lot of things have.
Because I'm ashamed of myself sometimes because of these friends I have around me. So none of them know I'm a virgin.
Who is playing? That's iffy. Okay, go ahead, stay humble.
Okay. So yeah, so it goes to show that and some of the comments is made and some of the comments other people have made over the years, over the weeks, even in the last few days when they released the timetable, the election timetable, and the concerns that people raised and how seriously INEC took those concerns, and they had to issue a statement. It shows you that Nigeria is just a scam. Why did I say so? If there's a particular section, there's a particular people that if they had raised any question regarding the dates of election or how things were done or any other issue in Nigeria, they will be dismissed, and some individuals among them will even be arrested and prosecuted. But because Nigerians are not equal, there are people who are supreme and there are people who are subject. I'm waiting for another middle belter who you will invite here. Just leave that to me. What question I will ask them, because there are certain questions I want people to start answering with sincerity. Regarding the people, the political jobbers who hop from here to there, speaking from both sides of the mouth, that's what they've turned young men and women into in Nigeria. You can see the likes of Deji, even older people, maybe people like Shegun Showumi, people like Isaac Fayoshe, they say this today, say that tomorrow. And we Nigerians, we are very quick to applaud people. We're very quick to give people credit and gallant and festoon them with honors that they don't deserve. Once they say something that we want to hear, and we are reluctant to interrogate people's background, people's ideologies, and people's beliefs before we just swallow whatever they say, hook, line, and saying. I wouldn't be surprised if someone like John Abba maybe tomorrow starts drumming up support for P2B. I wouldn't be surprised, but I wouldn't take him seriously if he does that. Because this is something that is quite that people usually do. If maybe he derives some benefit, wherever it is, from the misruling party and their agents, and maybe tomorrow the subscription expires, he might come out and say, look, all the things I've said in the past, I denounce them. I'm now a huge fan of P2B. And you see some of his critics here will be so quick to embrace him. But look, we should start interrogating people's background, people's ideologies, what they had believed in the past. Then finally, I want to talk about something that we often neglect to say. This young man that appeared today, and the way we dismissed him, I said, wish you luck in your trials. Look, we need to start condemning these things strongly. We don't just say goodbye, Godspeed, I wish you make it. We need to strongly condemn the high-handedness of the so-called Nigerian police. The brutality and the bruteness of the politicians themselves. It's a huge shame that you will incarcerate a journalist that way. You arrest the journalist and keep him in custody for several days, several weeks. If you have something against the journalist, you the politician, because of course you there, whether you were rightly elected or not, you're there now, and your business is for the people. You're answerable to the people, whoever they are, be it the journalist, be it be the market person, be it the student, whoever they are. It's your responsibility to address all their concerns. So, but when you just stay there in Abuja and behave like a god, nobody questions you. That's not the right way to go. So you don't just arrest these guys, and shame to the police who allow themselves to be used or misused in this way. And look, it's high time we started calling these people out and using programs like this, because they watch this program. This gentleman that you asked to show up here, he wouldn't show up, but of course you can extend invitation to him again to say, look, can you come in? We Nigerians are concerned about what's going on in your constituency. I don't know how you people usually invite them, what kind of letters you write to them. If that's a problem, you can give me, I can write to them to say, please, we are concerned about what's going on, and we want to hear from you, because it's his responsibility to speak to these issues. So we should not mollycoddle them. We should not noodle them. We should not treat them with kids' gloves. We have to start calling out these things, before they swallow everyone.
All right. Stay humble. Thank you. Let me just say
Rudy,
that. Let me
Rudy,
just say
please. Oh, sorry to cut you off. And this young man says something that I don't know, but you can finish so I can talk to him a little bit.
Okay, let me just say that it's very important. Like I get the where Stay Humble is going in terms of not we should do more than just even condemn these people. Media needs support to operate. Media and we may not understand what is going on until if you look at America, for those who live in America, when they finish taking over the media, activists find out that Washington Post fired 300 journalists, and to some people it didn't matter, but what it means is that there are stories that you will never read anymore because these are the people who bring you the stories. And the fact that you have Vanguard and Punch, and we come here and make comments, we talk about what's going on in Nigeria. We base our whatever we're saying based on the reports of people like the guy that came here. So it's not enough to just say, we will condemn them. We do what we can in different, but I think we need to support the media. Now, when you go to Washington Post, even BBC, you can't read any article. Sometimes you have to pay, you have to subscribe. They are not doing it because they want to shut people out. It's just that they have to survive. Um, and we depend a lot on them. That's what we don't even know. Most of the things we know purely from what a reporter went out there to get. Somebody did this, and when we don't have that anymore, the people that we benefit, enjoy, are the people in power, the powerful people, because they don't have anybody to check on what they do. So that's the angle, the extension of what you're saying. Stay humble. It's not even enough to just even issue a statement and condemn them and do this. We have to support. And there are people in America, the media you still have in America going on, depend on the people, NPR and PBS and so many kind of media you have now that are objective, that are not going to worry about our not subscribers, so worry about the sponsors, worry about people, advertisements. They are the media that is owned essentially by the people. And more and more of the press we have today, we have to depend on the people to support it. You just look at it. His work has left. Obviously, there is no income. And he may try one more time, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and 1 month, and he just give up. And that will be another. And then people in Ebonyi State will be the ones that will suffer because nobody covers Ebonyi State. In fact, one of the things that happened when Umahi was governor there was horrible, that he kicked out a Sun newspaper reporter that was covering Ebonyi State. I can't guarantee you security. And the guy had to leave because they could kill him. And then what? Now he had people who were going to do anything he wanted them to do and report what he wanted them to report. And then who pays? The people will pay. So my interest, especially in this platform, is to shine light on how the media works. How much we depend on the media. I told you guys that I worked in a TV station where every morning when you get there, the first thing you do is bring out the newspapers, look at what they are reporting, and how do we follow up on that. Without the papers, you're blind. Without the media, you're blind. Most radio stations, they don't have reporters that go out there and report. They depend on what reporters, people you don't even know their names, but they are the ones who go out there and report. The day they end up not being there, everybody will be a reporter, and then there won't be gatekeepers, everything will be modeled up the way it is now. All right, Janaba, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, really. Now, to stay humble, my young brother, I'm very consistent. Uh, Whichever languages I use, whether I jokingly talk about it or whichever way I communicate, I'm consistent when it comes to Peter Obi. And you can't take it away from me. And millions of you can shout, I'm consistent. So don't ever dream, whether in the night or in the day, that I'll change my mind. Don't ever dream that one day, uh, what Peter Obi will give to me. What? So I'm a lawyer friend to Rudy. That's why I come here. That's what is called loyalty. Not because Rudy give me money. I don't even see you supporting the whatever they do here oftentimes. But thank you for bringing up about this young man issue. But one thing you should know is that his coming here alone have exposed him to another level. It's left for you, it's left for Ngazika, left for Yakubu and the rest that will say, okay, we understand the danger and what this guy is going through. It's left for you guys to privately support him and the people that of his local area that is supporting. Recently, we lost in my community a vigilante who is a very smart guy, wife and 7 kids, only son of the mother, who is very dependable. Whenever he sighted any stranger, he knows. He was doing well for the whole community. You can go to bed and sleep. So the kidnapper kidnapped people from around the Ubolafo area and brought them to one primary school in a place called Ogah. And they called him that we saw these people came to the market to buy something. This face is strange face. So he traced them to a primary school because during this Christmas season, the school closed. So they camped them there, the people that kidnapped. And they're all Igbos. He's an Idoma guy. One police died, the whole kidnapper were killed, and the people were rescued, all of them, and he lost his life. So, what am I trying to say? In this life we live, we all give up something. Even some of you to come here and show your face can be dangerous. Depends on what you say. So, we're all doing our own part. But in summary, I am not among you. I'm not with you on the issue of Peter Obi or any Nigerian politicians. I don't think I mean, so race radical and all of that. I believe that Nigeria need more than all of this, but whatever you guys believe in Peter Obi that is working for you is fine. But I already said it time without time. If Peter Obi come to my neighbor, I will order a cockroach in my house not to look outside. So I'm not joking, and I've said it. Not because I have any distance for him. It's no different from any politician. Kenneth Okonkwo, who I met many years ago when he was a young man in Lagos, he was his spokesperson when he ran. He said the first election in Anambra, apart from that, other things I don't need to. He rang it, Peter Obi. So what is the difference? He said that, and he said it on this show. So Peter Obi is no different from me. If you have anything with you, and you think Peter Obi have anything to offer me, sit right. I'm not.
Well, none of the Nigerian politicians have anything to offer, right?
I've not seen any of them.
Okay, so we won't have a government then.
What you haven't is not a government. I think the biggest terrorists are Nigerian politicians.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. Let me quickly go to hold on.
Can I just quickly make a comment? I want to move away. Actually a bit
there were people who came before you now.
Yeah, I know. I'm appealing to them because
you're a big boss, but go ahead.
I'm appealing to them. Please be patient with me, I beg. For many reasons, I practiced journalism for over 17 years in Nigeria, so I can identify what the guy is saying. And you see this, when we come on this platform, I will try to say what the Nigerian journalist is facing. Some people don't understand. Because there's certain news you can have, information is complete in your hands, and then you cannot publish it. When I was younger, just like him, I was able to take on the, more dangerous escapade, I would say. But when I became older, and just like somebody said here, you are getting over 40. You don't have a retirement plan. Now you have to take a second look at the job you are doing, whether you want to continue in that trajectory or you want to move away totally from journalism and do something that is more safe for you, where you will not be subject to any form of harassment by the authority. I'll give you an example. What he painted is a clear picture that I have seen many people go through, and me myself, the day I took a second look at journalism was when we had to run for our lives from the Fulani attack in David Mark's village. I have not told that story to anybody. I don't know whether I want to put it on in the book or not. But there was a second attack after the journalists went there to do news. I mean, after the big people come, if you're a journalist, you want to do more or less report from one person's perspective, what we call, I'm not remembering the technical name now. Okay, but you go back there, you sit down with the people, you comb them out, you listen to their testimonies, then you begin to wave the documentary the way you want it. And there was this news that they came back to look for those journalists who have come to make it public. And the rest is story, the rest is history. But what he's saying is exactly what all of them, the day you talk to Rufai of Arise News, he will tell you how much he has been threatened. Even the Ruben Abati, they sometimes seem to dance both ways. He also cannot escape from it, because there are certain people he will talk about and they don't like it. So, and of course, you do not have, as an independent journalist, you don't have any support system. I repeat, I have said it before. I don't blame Nigerian journalists when they collect brown envelope, because sometimes when you even go for those press briefings, you don't have money to go back. If you hear a story happening in Plateau State now, you want to take control that, go and cover that story. You don't have transport to go there. No, your organization will tell, if you can make it there, okay. If not, find a local story around and write. You don't have transport. I can say that much because I work in an organization that had enough money to put me or put us, to places where the stories are. I talked about the reporting about the 501 persons that were killed in Dogona Hawa on this program. At that time, some people were saying it's not true, but thank God matters has come out. We started reporting about the massacring of people in Nigeria almost 10 years before this came to limelight. So I know what this guy is talking about, what he's facing. And just like Rudolph has said, those who report from not a very more visible states. You're not reporting from Port Harcourt, you're not reporting from Lagos, you're not reporting from Abuja, you're not reporting from Kano, okay? You're not reporting from Kaduna. It's sometimes difficult for you to get, even when you're arrested, for you to get a limelight. I know many radio broadcasters in Abuja who are picked up. One, if I call his name, many people will know him because he broadcasts for Abuja till tomorrow. Okay? He almost lost his life not because of God, because he was talking about what was going wrong in the FCT. So this is how these things are done, and it is not easy. I decided to step away because at this point I was thinking about my family and whether that's the way I want to live this world. And I concluded to myself, that's not the way I want to live. And that is why I said to take a rethink. You see, we as those growing up, Wole Soyinkas were our heroes. Fela were our heroes. Ray Ekpo was Delegiwa was our heroes. We went to journalism or study journalism, and thinking that you can be able to confront the truth. Okay, thinking that you can make a documentary that can step people to be able to think. But we found out that in the real practice, what you are taught in the class is not exactly what you meet outside. And once you identify, like they've identified Rudolph now, I'm even as afraid of associating with Rudolph right now. Okay? Once they identify you as those people who speak against the system, you become a personal non-guarantor. That is the truth. The guy just told the simple truth. Yeah, I'm sure there's a lot of things he won't say because he's still in the market, he's still in the field. Okay? Because if he says those things, those linkages will block. But the truth is that a Nigerian journalist is not like any journalist any other place, because the Nigerian life is not even appreciated. Later today, I'm going to report about a family that I know whose son, 22 years old son, had been killed, was murdered yesterday, day before yesterday, in South Africa. And up to this moment, as we speak, we have not heard any news from government. Neither have we heard anything from Abike Dabiri, who is always quick to jump in, to castigating some certain part of the country, of being, the people who wave crimes around. This person is not Igbo, so I'm wondering why they are not reporting about it. Okay, this person is from the Middle Belt. So what am I saying here? I'm simply saying that the life of even the Nigerian is not important to Nigeria. What more of the life of a journalist who is always castigating and trying to say, look, you guys are not doing the appropriate thing. And that's how it is. Talk more of those of us who are, having small media houses that do these stories. And so you can see easily be taken away and nothing will happen. So I praise his bravery, and I thank him for not marrying yet. Let him think before he marries. If he still listens to me, do all the hard work you want to do now before you go and marry. Okay? Because once you marry, your wife will not allow you to do that. And you yourself, your attention will be divided. Because if they can't get to you, they can get to your family. Thank you so much, Dr. Rudolph. I just wanted to ask him a question, but I couldn't get to where I can park to speak. I'm on transit. I want to get there. If you're still around, I'll join you. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ, for this contribution. Yakubu, I'll come to you. Let me go to Ngozeka just because she's in Nigeria. Ngozeka, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone.
Hi.
I missed the interview because I was trying to conserve my battery life. I'm sorry, but I missed the interview. I tried to follow, but you'd already finished with him. So sorry, someone talking.
All right, go ahead.
So I came on because you see, when I didn't want to come on, but I decided to come on for very obvious reason. I think the reason this guy's story did not make it big, especially the story of his arrest. I mean, Enugu. Ebonyi State is barely 1 hour plus away from Enugu, and I never heard of his arrest. Till today when I had to do some background checks. I never heard of his arrest. And it got me thinking the more vicious things that happen in these underreported states that do not make it to the limelight. And a very clear case is Ebonyi State. I don't know if most of you are aware that currently in Ebonyi State, 2 communities are at war. When I say at war, people are being killed every single day. People are running away from their homes. Today, I was reading that the governor has declared not a state of emergency, but he has sort of moved the military there, and some people have been arrested. And this has been going on for weeks. Actually, this is not the first time it is happening. So they have this thing where some of the communities in Ebonyi State till today still fight over lands, communal lands. And I'm not talking about, is our land, is your land kind of fight. I'm talking about the kind of fight where you wake up and a good number of people in this community have been slaughtered from fighters from the other community. And the other community will go on a reprisal attack and slaughter more people in that community. And that community will come back the following night and burn houses, burn down various infrastructures. This has been going on for as long as I can remember Ebonyi State exists. And this last one now got so bad. This current one is between Amasiri and Oseda. I think I got the pronunciation right. So it had me thinking the kind of things that go underreported. This is the one we know. Now, just think a bit to the one we do not even know. And it's funny how when these things come to the fore, Nigerians love trending topics. They hop on it, they talk the hell out of it, they make a grand show of robbing minds. Nigerians, they rob everything except minds. But they deceive themselves, but they are robbing minds. They rob minds, they just make a whole show of treating the issue. And immediately they are done talking. They won't even stand up from where they are sitting. They've died the matter. That is the end. And everything goes back the way it is. And I am saying this to say that I don't know if I missed the interview, so I'm not sure, but that rep member This is not the first time he's arresting somebody for saying something about him. Actually, recently, before these guys, he arrested two young boys, had them sent to prison because they said he was using the destinies of people in his community to prosper. So he had them arrested and sent to prison. This same House of Rep member. This same House of Rep member, late last year, as part of his yes, I was coming to this. This is him sharing 500 naira each to his community members. And now you wonder, why would somebody want to disgrace themselves and come and collect this kind of money? Why would somebody want to do this? See, most of them don't even need this money he's sharing. Most of them don't even. But this Nigerian thing of now free something, go collect your own. And because they've collected this thing, they dare not speak against him. They are the ones on Facebook, on this journalist page. If you go to that guy's page on Facebook, you will just shake your head. They are the ones on this guy's page, cursing him out, telling him that he's lying against their House of Rep member. If you check very well now, you see that some of them are among those that collected. This is him buying. This is what it means to sell your soul. Selling your soul is not when you go and join up. This is what it means to sell your soul. They can't even criticize. That is why I keep saying it. That if you must if you must criticize the government, especially in Nigeria, do not be involved in any. Do not be a contractor. Do not be a politician. Do not be affiliated to any politician. That is the only way you can criticize with your two legs firmly planted on the ground. Criticize the Nigerian government or the state. Anything short of that is you propagating whatever agenda you want, and it's not going to stop. I'm still talking about the communal clash between Amasere and Eda. While all these things were going on, it will surprise you that it was when they started making it when the news of the killings became much and started filtering into social media, that the governor took action. These people were killing themselves back to back. It was when the news started, because I had taken, matter of fact, there was a time I went to Ebonyi State. I went to Ugulango side for a funeral. The road we were supposed to use to come back to Abakaliki town, I went for my friend's father's funeral. The road we were supposed to take to come back to Abakaliki town, my friend said we couldn't take that road because there was a communal clash. This was 2018, 2019, if I'm not mistaken. It is not a today something. And I just wish we will move on from conversations about, hey, so this kind of thing is happening. Oh, this is very sad. It is no good. They are victimized. I wish we move on to this kind of conversation to actually holding people. We know who these people are, but we can't hold them. We can't hold them responsible. Somebody who has collected 500 naira from that guy cannot speak against the boys he locked up because they said he's using their destiny. Cannot speak against the many other people he has locked up in different prisons for daring to challenge him. They can't because of 500 naira, because he is their own thief. This whole Nigerian thing of my thief is better than your thief, or my thief gives me money so I can't condemn my thief. This whole thing has to stop. It has to go beyond instant rage to sustain. Nigerians do not have spine. Nigerians do not know cancel culture. They do not have they don't have the spine to see something through. They do not have staying power. It is annoying. It is annoying. Look at PayPal. I'm sorry, I'm just going in and out, but all these things are interconnected. Look at PayPal. After what PayPal did to Nigerians in 2013, people lost money. People lost good money, and the people decided to wriggle back. And Nigerians could not even cohesively cancel them. Some people went back and even came on social and came on Twitter and were making mouth about, oh, I'm not going to do this cancel culture with you people. I'm not going to boycott this paper with you people. They've partnered with Tiger. I'm going to do, and they've started collecting their money again. No staying power whatsoever. No spine. You can't commit to something and do it. It's just if there's a talking competition anywhere in the world and anybody wins it, go and check. It will be a Nigerian. No staying power. Yeah, we finished talking about it. What are we going to do? We're going to cancel the politics. We're going to beat up the politicians. That's how we see them at big. If there are 100 people that discuss that thing, 95 will go at different times to meet that politician and say, hey, sir, if you see what they said they will do to you today, 95 will go at different times, and none of them will meet themselves on the way to go and meet that politician. They will find a very ingenious ways to go and meet that politician and warn the politician that the rest are plotting just so they will gain favor. I just hope that all these things that are beginning to come to light now about Ebonyi State, because I'm particularly concerned about it. It's the neighboring state for mine. All these things that are beginning to come to light in Ebonyi State, it will generate as much media coverage and international coverage as some other parts of countries, this kind of issues in some other parts of Nigeria does, and maybe they can finally have rest, because these people are suffering. Civil servants cannot protest. They can't even critique their governor. It started with the Minister of Works when he was governor. If you're a civil servant and you love your job, you better not condemn the governor. You better not say anything that another person can hear about the governor. If not, you are very likely to lose your job. These people are suffering. They are having communal clashes here and there. People can't go to their villages. They can't criticize their governor. It's a mess. And I hope this is the beginning of liberation for them. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ngozika, for that recap of what's going on in Ebonyi State. It's actually something that we didn't dig so deep into, because from the first governor, I think before Umahi too, in Umahi, all the 8 years he was there, media was it was a no-go area for the media. But let's hear from Yakubu. Yakubu, welcome to the show.
Hi, Rudolph. Hi, fellow panelists. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes.
Okay. It's a pleasure to be back here again today. My own today is I think all that needs to be said has been said. The only thing I intend to add here is to complain about this issue of celebrating foreign things, in Nigeria, to the point that we have become more westernized than even the Western people. Things that are sacred and sacrosanct to us are now being relegated and gradually are being turned into taboos and set against standards that is kind of making them obsolete. What am I trying to say? You see, in traditional Africa, we always believed in accountability. That was why our traditional institutions had respect, serious respect. Why? Because even the process of attaining this tool was itself subjected to rigor, checks and balances. There was a process of ensuring that there was credibility, and it created that oneness in the community. A lot of our communities have disappeared. Physically they are there, but in terms of the essence, they have disappeared completely. And I'm not saying this because I want to hear my voice. I'm saying this because I know that in the next 30 years from now, a lot of our children will not know what our cultures were because of the infiltration, the mix-up. In fact, a lot of our children now will tell you that Valentine is part of Nigerian culture. But when you ask them about our own traditions, a lot of them will squint and tell you, oh, that is devilish. Oh, that is barbaric. Oh, that is, those words that you cannot just pair up with values. That is what they refer to our cultures, our traditions. Listening to James, the journalist, talking earlier on about how journalism has been gagged, particularly those who are into investigative journalism and not yellow romance journalism. All I was thinking to myself was that to what extent is the damage being done? Because since the military regime, this structure was sedimenting every year, and today it has solidified to the point that a democratically elected government does not recognize that for them to be effective, they need people that will report their activities. They don't recognize it. Instead, they prefer that they should be the one to control the narrative, which is not what democracy understands. Democracy does not understand controlling speech. Democracy is all about everybody speaking so that everybody will be represented. That is what democracy is all about. But when you come out to say that, it becomes like an affront on the government. You see, the way we are carrying on in Africa, we have completely westernized ourselves. That's just the truth, particularly in Nigeria. Completely westernized ourselves. Unfortunately, the part of westernization that we have adopted is that part that only favors doing the wrong thing and sustaining it. Every other part that has to do with ensuring that everyone is carried along is seen as an affront, which means in the next 10 years, as we are going like this, it's going to be very, very difficult for a journalist to actually report the activities of a local government chairman. In fact, I'm going far, of a councillor. In fact, I'm going far, of a motor park chairman. It's going to be impossible. That is how serious the issue is if we look at it critically. So what are we succeeded in doing? What have we succeeded in creating? What are we doing? The question is, to what extent are we? Okay, the other day I was asking myself, how long, the majority of politicians, how long do they still have to live? But look at the system they've created. So it means they are creating a perpetuity, which means their children are actually being groomed to think that way, to accept that way, to promote that way, and to ensure that it's a legacy that must not be allowed to fall off. That is exactly what I think is happening. So it means these people are not even ready for a country. They just want a business. That's all they're interested in, a business where they can be profiting from to the detriment of the majority. Because as far as they're concerned, every death is just a statistics, as long as they remain in power. But what amazes me the most is why do we in a way, why do we allow this to happen? You have a majority of people who are subjected to this kind of condition, but you still allow it to happen. Why do you allow it to happen? That is all I want to say.
Thank you so much, Yakubu. When you were speaking, you mentioned how long do they have to live and why are they not conscious of that in their behaviors. I I remembered somebody that died during just before Christmas that didn't get media attention. He was a former senator representing Delta State. I'm not sure whether it's Delta North or Delta South. Um, Nwoboshi, Senator Nwoboshi. He was senator from 2015 to 2023.
Delta South.
Delta South, okay. He was involved in so many scandals and money, stealing money at NND, DDC, Niger Delta. It was unbelievable. I don't know. Media just gave the guy a pass. He's the kind of money that guy stole. It's unbelievable. But he died at 68. And it made me think, all those things, all those activities, where did that lead him to? What was the essence? What was the purpose? We don't interrogate these things. But to make you scared, Yakubu, you know, there are kids who are 15, 14, 13, looking up today, looking up at what's going on in Nigeria. You know who their heroes are? Wike, Obi Kubana, people like that. Those are their heroes. Those are the way some people grew up looking at Zik, Abubakar, Wolo. They're looking at Obi Kubana, Wike, and just imagine what they are going to bring to the system when their time comes. That should scare all of us.
Money in water.
Yeah. So thank you so much. Tony, you're next. You're muted, Tony.
Oh, sorry. Good afternoon, Dr. Damages. Greetings to everyone on the platform and those listening. Yeah, Dr. Damages, I listened to the interview with Ashiwaju, quote and unquote, and I think his case just mirrors the problems that the challenges that journalists faced in Nigeria, and perhaps not just in Nigeria, but all over the world. And I was looking at the list. If you want to talk about Khashoggi, who was gruesomely murdered, the US-based Saudi Arabian critic of the government and the journalist. And all the hullabaloo about how he was killed and all stuff ended up with nothing. You talk about Bagauda Kalto in Nigeria during the military days, killed, Delegiwa, you know, we still haven't gotten to the bottom of who did what and, you know, all those who were involved, you know, just for doing his job. You have David Hundeyin, who is, you know, exiled, running for his life, can't move freely. You remember Nduke Rabo, Dele Thompson, and so on. I think that's the days of Buhari. There's a guy who is late now from my place who wrote about the massacre, the pogrom in Asaba. Wrote a book titled Blood on the Niger.
I know him.
Imal Kocha. He had to escape. Yeah, you know, he was in the US for quite a while because the facts that he garnered in the process of writing his book, you know, exposed what some people who are still alive did, and they didn't want it. And in fact, if you look at the history of the Civil War, or the first coup, and so on, there are some people who have facts, but they can't write, they can't put it to pen, can't put pen to paper, because they still feel that there's some sort of threat. So the plight of the journalists in Nigeria is, and indeed in the whole world, is one that is, you know, a very sorry sight. I know that there are occupational hazards in quite a lot of jobs, but that of the journalists is one that you feel a pity for. So while we criticize them, I think it's important also to look at the environment, some of the places where they practice, the kind of jobs that they do, the risk that they take. And the remuneration is not commensurate with the risk, you know, that they, so if you're going to be a journalist, you have to choose what the area of journalism you want to play. Do you have the courage to do some of the things that some of these guys that I mentioned are doing? You have a family, you have children. Are you looking for fame, or you just want to go into soft journalism? You want to go into, you don't want to go into controversy, And in Nigeria, you're either for the government or you are not for the government. And if you work for all those small organizations, you're in trouble. But in those big, well-established organizations, you have some kind of protection because your boss or the owner of the organization may have contacts, that can shield or protect or give some protection to employees when they go when they write things that are sensational and likely to put the organization in trouble. I'm not a journalist, but I know that there are organizations where before you publish, when you write stories for publication, it's going to be screened to see whether they are critical of government or not. If they find that it's too critical of government, they won't take that story because nobody wants to go into trouble. It's unfortunate, that these things are happening. The guy you talked about, Senator Mwaboshi, died recently. He used to represent my constituency, just 7 miles away from my town. Formerly in PDP, secretary of PDP in Delta State. And you don't want to know what they did. As soon as the state was created, out of Mid-Bendel, a lot of the property, the assets, that was shared between Edo and Delta. These guys were at the top of it. Some of them they took and sold and pocketed the thing. So many of them, that they sold. Gwaboshi, for instance, there's a property that he has in Apapa, which was for a long time in controversy as to how he acquired it. It belonged to the Delta State government, but he acquired it himself. There's so many properties that he had, property that he has in Abuja, abroad. He said it himself. A few days before he passed on, he was going to pass on. When he fell out with PDP, he went. He was sent to jail, served some jail terms for fraud from a royal house. I would not think that I used to think that it's untouchable, but we saw that once you fall out of favor of the political class or the ruling class, then they know you too well and they're going to pick you up. So just like Ngozika was saying, the best thing is you want to keep clean, don't mess up with them. Don't take contracts from them. Don't take government jobs. Don't, stay away from them because they use that to trap you. You keep it and pile it up and keep it in your cupboard. And that makes you compromise because when you want to talk, they show you, you did this, you did that, that's why you keep quiet. But the challenge is very serious. That's why if you are going to clean up the system in Nigeria, it's going to be a surgical operation. It's just going to be a surgical operation, because a lot of these people are compromised. They have their hands all in the pie. And for me, the young man that you brought, Ashwaju, I feel for him, but I wouldn't take that route. I don't think that Nigeria of today is worth dying for. I don't care what anybody says. I don't think so, because Nigeria barely knows that you exist. If anything happens to you, Nigeria doesn't care. Nigeria doesn't know what's happening to me here. They didn't even know what happened to me as a child after they killed my father and destroyed everybody, nearly everybody, male population in my town. They don't know that. They have not apologized, apart from Gowan, who came several times, but apology doesn't bring back anything. Anyway, that's by the way. So I will just ask him to just take it easy, draw a line between, because if he dies, it's not, all these people that I mentioned that died, they're gone. Some of them, their families are suffering. So it's not worth it. It's not what you just play safe, do your job. And if you find any area that are going to put you in trouble, stay away from it. I think it's wisdom to do that. But if you want to choose between, you want to make name or you want to, Nigeria, it's garbage. We have money for you for 1 week and they forget about you. So there are no insurance for them. A lot of them don't have insurance. They are not well paid. So the country that you are dying for, that would not recognize that you exist, that would not recognize your family. Look at what's happening with the military. Those people are in the front lines dying. Or just frontline stories for 1 week or 2 weeks, and then they're gone, they're forgotten. That's not a country that you want to stake your life. It's not, I'm sorry, but that's the truth. There are countries you can die for because they know you exist. They know that if anything happens to you, they will, whatever it costs to get you out of that situation, they will do it. We know them. We know some of them. We live abroad there. We know some of those countries. They'll do everything to make sure. And they will do everything to make sure that your dependents are well taken care of. That kind of situation, yes. And that knowing that, your country knows you, recognizes you, and they will do anything for you. But not in this type of environment where, everybody is for himself. So my advice to him is, I'm sorry that this has happened, but you have to take it easy and learn from this and move on until maybe we have such a country. I don't blame those. That's not blaming anybody who decides, no, I'm going to fight till the end. After all, people fought for this country. But you have to choose how you want to play, because these are not very good times for us. Neo Shunduri, I forgot to mention him. He also left, one of my professors at Ibadan, Ofemu also, he will tell you stories. And I'm sure you too.
You know Ni.
Yes, I know Ni. He used to be in Louisiana. Is it Louisiana? Yeah, Louisiana.
Yeah,
and he would have gone with one of the flaws that you had, some years back. So, these are, you have to choose. Professor Pebo, who is late now. If you listen to some of them and the stories and the things that they are breathing and how even Wale Soyinka, even though, but you see that this field is not one that you need some caution. You need some. It's real battle, and so it's either you prepare with your guns and you're ready to shoot, or you just stay away. Let me stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. The only thing I think about is we're already saying that journalism in Nigeria is not living up to expectation, and then we also want them to do better, and we want to agree that they should be careful, have constraint, and hold themselves. Then we're not living up to the best standard, because that's exactly what we're saying, best standard. What I think we should be demanding is that we give them the tools they need. It's not that they don't want to do the right thing. They need to get the tools. I'll give you an example. Freedom of Information Act was passed. Till today, I don't know any government official, any government agency that have been requested, that people, and there are many, requests for information. They ignore it. All of them. Go to the ICPC. Is it ICPC? Yeah. Where people turn in their declaration of assets. They have never released anything to anybody. And it's not that media houses are not demanding them. How do they practice? How do they do the job we ask them to do? We're not even talking about the challenge, the simple challenge of how do you transport somebody, a reporter, from Lagos to somewhere in a remote area in Ekiti to cover something. That trip is more than the cost of his pay at the end of the month. Nobody's buying newspapers. And I keep repeating this. The last information I got was that all the papers in Nigeria, they don't print up to 100,000 copies. All the newspapers in Nigeria. They can't depend on adverts. Adverts are not enough to pay for the staffing, the people they have. So it's a terrible situation. And one day we may have that, and it's happening even in America. Darkness, dark regions where nobody's covering. Local governments, they don't have anybody covering them. So you find council people in small villages and towns in America. People embezzling money. You have to get the FBI to come and investigate them and lock them up. You have to get the state police because there's nobody holding them to account, nobody questioning what they're doing. So it's a dangerous thing. The world has not seen something like that since we got into this era of democracy, free media. So we are hoping that we can live with free paper. Nobody buying newspapers, nobody paying for TV. I don't know if people in London, forefathers, I will come to you next, if they still pay for TV tax. You know, when I was there was TV tax in London that they used to sponsor the BBC. If nobody's paying for information, what it means is that there's more information out there, but they are not, there's no professional touch in it. What I mean professional touch is that this guy that came today, for instance, could have gone to YouTube and make a video. It's different from when somebody is interviewing him. The person interviewing him will look at some things before he's on the show and ask him questions that he may not want to answer. For instance, I asked him, he said that some newspapers wanted money to write his story. I wanted to know if, he could. I understand because he's still practicing. He may not want to expose the papers that asked for money before they could write the story that he's arrested and he's being tried, but there may be certain things he will not want to talk about. But if there is a process, which is what the media does, different from people opening a Facebook channel and posting things, that follow-up is something that will be missing. And it's happening now that powerful people are controlling the stories. Look at the Epstein file, how it's being handled in America. Different from how the rest of the world they're handling that. And at the end, we pay for it. Anyway, we're rounding up. Let me hear forefathers, and then we call it a day.
Yeah, greetings, Dr. Damages. And greetings to all the panelists, the chat, and especially to the viewers. Regarding the license fee in the UK, they are still paying it.
They are. You are not paying.
No, they are still paying it.
He said they. That means they're not paying.
No, I don't
hold on. When I was there, I don't know any Nigerian that paid. People I knew, they didn't pay.
Most people don't pay for it because the BBC these days, people who watches the TV now anymore, people who are on Netflix, YouTube, TikTok, and all the rest. And the truth is that even the establishment media is highly compromised too. It's all over the globe now because the last upholders of freedom of speech and press used to be the United States, but in recent times, when things get a little bit hairy, they start becoming draconian, and that's what you saw before the Second World War, and now you're seeing it again. In America, they are completely compromised. The UK, they are completely compromised. If you look at what happened in the Gaza war, that should tell you everything you need to know. You are not even allowed to say anything. They will just arrest you. Just a couple of days ago, a judge found that a protest group, an NGO, human rights organization, that was called the terrorist organization by the UK government, which meant an organization that was the human rights organization that was against the genocide, protesting against it, was designated a terrorist group. So anybody that said they support that organization, they had to arrest them. They arrest 80-year-old women, anybody that said they support the organization, they had to arrest thousands of people for saying that they supported a human rights organization. And the court found against that judgment, that designation by the UK government. It shows you how compromised the entire elites in the West are, almost totally, including in the Arab world. And if you look at the Epstein file, that is a guide to let you know what is going on. The world has never been free, let's face it. It's only Africans that are trying under the illusion that they are playing by the rules, which is not true. And they all know that they're not playing by the rules too. They're just undermining us, making us believe that there is a rule-based order. It doesn't exist. It's always been power. From the first time I came here, I've always been highlighting that this is about power, and all this delusional idea that there is any rule is, I don't know, is for anybody that wants to believe in it. Even when they indicted Netanyahu, they made it very clear that I thought that it was for African leaders and all those, because we are the delusional people that believe that these rules actually exist. That said, I was a little bit taken aback by some of the comments I heard about why should anyone do anything at all to support the country, or a journalist take a risk. Why would one not do that? The Western countries, our people are so happy to go and die for right now. We find out that they are even eating babies, at least allegedly. What kind of war are we talking about here? And I've always said this thing about our people. We are under some weird illusion that other people are better than us. We always put ourselves in a disadvantaged position in any relationship we establish with any other group of people. You tell me one relationship we've ever established with any other group of people that will put ourselves in a stronger position. This internalized inferiority complex that we have is going to be our doom. And our men, when they do it, they don't even know it. They are all too happy to die. Okay, what if a journalist dies for a country? Is he not going to die still? He wants to live for nothing. You want him to live for nothing instead. Those soldiers that are dying right now, you want them to retire, go home. Who is going to protect your village? You want police officers so that you stay overseas and serve the foreigners that are ensuring that your people suffer even more. We really need to think about what we are saying when we say some of all these things. There are millions of our people out there. Well, I'm actually here in Nigeria now. There are millions of Nigerians actually here. You are saying they should, just as the journalist should not make any sacrifice, no soldier should, no nurse should. Why bother? When Deborah dies, or what's her name, the lady that died from snake poison, and we start lamenting, start feeling sorry for her. What kind of contradictory behavior is this? You want something to work or not? Those countries that you used to live in, that you praise so much, people fought for those countries. That country was horrible. Russia was a serfdom. The UK was a serfdom. When you say serfdom, the people were just eating from hand to mouth, serving the elites, the feudal lords. That's all they had. They fought for that country to build what they have now. They didn't say, oh no, because this country is treating us like this, let's go and build Nigeria. Maybe they should have come to Nigeria and build us. Or let's go and build France. They changed their country. That's how it works. This thing that we do, because we are in a comfortable country, we start saying nobody should support our country. And I think it's not deliberate. We don't, but it's just that we don't know the implication of what we are talking about, how deep it runs. And you wonder why things never works. I'm not saying the person that is saying is evil or just malicious, they don't care. They do care. It's just that they don't understand the implication of what they are saying. And that's what I'm trying to highlight here, because any sacrifice we make is always worthy, whether you are remembered or not. The survival of your people, the welfare of your people is what matters the most. Who cares whether you are remembered? Do you know how many people that have died? Do you even know how many people that is responsible for the life that you're enjoying today? If you go back just 500 years, it could go up to 1 million. The life you are enjoying today, a lot of people put it together for you to arrive here today. And you just say, oh, nobody should help the ones over there. Let's give up. Let everybody retire. And let's see what happens to our country. You will not have relatives anymore. You will not have a people anymore. You will not have Yoruba. You will not have people. You will not have anything.
Well, forefathers.
Sorry. My
Can I say something for Kudoka?
My life situation has gotten weird.
If you go ahead.
Forefathers, I hear you very well. Very, very well. But I have a question for you. We all live in diaspora. We see what is happening in Nigeria. How can you fight for a country that doesn't value you?
Hi,
my life situation is bad. Hold on. How can you fight for a country that you know that there is no benefit or something that you cannot benefit from them, that doesn't value human life? We see the corruption happening in Nigeria. We see how much our senators and House of Reps are paid, right? Versus coming over here. You hear me over and time saying that I don't want to retire here. I don't want to live in this country anymore, to be honest with you. Yes, I am comfortable. Yes, I have a good job. I'm not bragging about it. Yes, I can decide not to go back to Nigeria anymore. Yes, my siblings have access to come over here. But in the country where we are fighting for, this is one of the most corrupt countries in the whole world. You have a president who doesn't give a shit about anybody. You have a House of Reps who doesn't care about the welfare of the citizens. I was just looking on social media now. I saw one of the House Rep giving charcoal as a support to his constituency. And you want me to come and fight for that country? The Israel, for example, Israel, I think is about 20 million people, right? We pray the God of Israel. But Israel, they are in the midst of enemy, and they are one of the strongest in the whole world. What am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that our country, we can do better in order to attract citizens to come and fight Boko Haram. We, a country where your president brought about 200 United States Army in the country of Nigeria, our president hasn't even addressed us to tell us what is going on. In a country where America bombed Nigeria, our country did not address us. You want me to go and risk my life for a country where Wike has monopolized the River State? Is that what you're trying to tell me? That we have generations, they are passing the country Nigeria to their offspring? Is that what you're telling me? People want to fight. Yes, I want. But do you know why people are enlisting in other countries? Because there are so many benefits. When army or anybody, military, this thing die here in America, I have a nephew, he just joined the Air Force. Why did he do that? Because of what the benefit. They're going to pay for his school fees. They're going to give him, even if he doesn't work, he's getting an allowance every month. Will the Nigerian government do that for you? I don't have anything against you. I understand what you're saying. But look at what you are telling me, to leave my own children to go and serve in Nigeria. I'm not going to do that. And it's going to be very difficult to see a sane person that will leave their children to go and serve in the military army. What is their earning? How much do they earn in a month? Do they earn up to 200,000? No, they don't. No, they don't. And these people, they don't even have well equipment for them to fight against Boko Haram. They are in the midst of desert. They are in the midst of thieves, and you want them to go and fight. I disagree with you on this one. I'm sorry. I don't hate you or anything, but this one, me and you will not agree. Until Nigerian governments do something better in order to attract. When Tinubu was campaigning, he said, I'm going to recruit 50,000, whatever. I will feed them abado, corn, and all those nonsense. He said he's going to feed them. Is that what he's feeding Sheyi? Is that what he's feeding his other son? Is that what he's feeding his wife? Come on now, let us have sense. I don't mean to disrespect you, but that's my opinion.
All right, thank you.
See,
Forefathers,
I hear what you are saying.
no, hold on, Forefathers. I want to.
Okay, go ahead if you want.
I want to make sure we get to people that just joined us, and we are rounding up because we have to go. We are over 3 hours again. KJ is going to have another show where you can expand on these conversations.
I'm not. Let me just get the minute to round up, please. I'm not fully rounded up my point. The power cut, there was power cut here. This is Nigeria after all. We have to get power cut. So yeah, I see. I hear what you are saying. And I'm not going to encourage any woman to, go and put herself at risk. But that is what men are designed for. Everything you do, there are people doing jobs that they risk their lives every day to do. That is what you do, whether you are in another country or you are here. And basically, you are saying the ones that are doing it right now, they are idiots. Why should they bother doing it? We have to be careful about the conclusion of our ideas. If I believe, that's why I said, if I believe that or he wants to do it, why should I stop him? I have family members that are in the military, so am I going to say they should quit the military because Nigeria is not useless, and we should really stop doing this because we forget that Nigeria, we are inside Nigeria. Nigeria is a construct. It's human beings that are in there, and if we just say, oh, we don't want it, and we keep siding with other parts of the world, We are self-harming. Basically, we're self-harming ourselves. And we have to think about what the ideas we are espousing. My point is that we have to think about the ideas we are espousing more.
Tell Tinubu to go send Sheyi first of all. Tell Wike to send his son. Tell Umahi to send his son. Tell Aljo Zakalu to send his sons and daughters. Come on now, Kulata, you're over here, but you're in America. Why not move back to Nigeria and join the military? Why are you enjoying the benefits of other people that fought for their country? But you're in America here getting constant electricity 24 hours, 7 days a week. You're telling me I'm not a patriot. I'm not a patriot and I will not be. But if you feel that you're a patriot, move down to Nigeria and join the military. Don't come here and talk nonsense.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Ify. We have to spread it out and then round up. Jonaba, you want to say something before?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. I know I recognize the coming of the new people quick, and then I'll round up on the what helps give me some. Now, on the issue that we've been discussing, sometimes I think is the way we push it, we make the comment. You can't tell somebody what to die for, what not to die for. People have to die based on their own understanding and what is more important to them. It's just like you cannot define someone's success because of the way you think that's the way the person should. And the young man Yakubu that spoke on the issue of the dying culture. Well, all the culture around the world, traditions that have been kept. If you go to even America here have their own. You go to Japan, you go to China, you will see that they are able to keep the culture the way it is. In Benue State, for sure, I will give you one example. What is killing their own culture? The tortif is a deeper life. Oche Idoma is a deeper life. In those days, they say there's nothing not be equal yoke with unbeliever. There is something that they don't go. Now it's a victory for them because to them now they're expanding and this is how they have now taken the culture. And it's a fight. A young man is fighting it in Benue, especially the one in Otukpo. And you can come and see what he's facing between the so-called civilized people. And thank God is from very rich family. His father is Obeya. Recently, he's from where Dr. Rudolph went in a local government recently. So he have that cushion to fight it. So the point I'm making is that, and it's also come down to this, our talking about what dying for, don't want dying for. There's a book written by Joe Austin father, which is called John Austin, The Lakewood Church. Say, I touch one life, but one life that I touch a million. In the healthcare system today in America, as I round up, it take one man that his daughter died in a hospital because they refused to attend to, just like they do in Nigeria today. And when he came back, he loaded the gun. And when he came back, he killed many nurses and killed doctors. That's how the healthcare system today changed. So that is what I'm trying to tell you, that you don't tell a person what to die for, what is not to die for. People define what is important to them. And when it touches people that matters, the law changes. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Akwachi, welcome. I see you.
Thank you, Dr. Damages.
I didn't say
wait now. Let me, now that it is hot, let me just say it the way it is, because I know you're trying to run away. Good afternoon, other panelists and all that. Pastor Chief John Abba, I think you got it wrong when you talk about the healthcare. The healthcare was that comedian guy, the small guy, the kind of dwarf guy. I think something happened to him and he actually wasn't able to kind of like make all the payments or whatever it is. It got to Obama and that was how this whole thing came up. That's what I heard. You know, I don't know about the the doctor and the nurses on. However, that's by the side. Nobody got everything all perfect. My own thing is this, for some time I kind of scaled back. Why I scaled back is that when I look at things that is happening in the world, the global problems that we have going on. Yesterday, I know Obi and what's his name? And Comrade were shouting at each other and all that stuff. But that's by the way. My thing is this. Can we all individually take a stand? If we're for justice, let's stand for justice. Because I see some people, most especially you forefathers, you are wishy-washy. You are wishy-washy. Now you've always talk about, oh, you stand for Nigeria and do this and do that. I expect you to go to, what do you call it, to Aso Rock and tell them that you are ready to join them. Okay? Probably they give you a contract or whatever they give you, or if you want to join the military, join them and give them all the whatever you want to do. I clearly understand where it is coming from, and I also understand where the young man, he said 2003, right? Is that what he said? Or whatever it is that, no, 2023, that he went for his service. So he's quite a young man. But I will advise him, if I can, he should kind of look for a wife now and probably produce before things goes southwards, southwards or whatever it is. Yeah, let him do what he can, produce a family, and then when it comes, it comes. Because somebody like Dele Giwa now, he was lucky he was able to produce, I think he had a daughter or so, or a son, before they took him. Today, his wife is enjoying. His wife is also a politician. She had joined them now and gallivanting and all that kind of a thing. So, in my own thing is, let us take a stand. I stand for justice, and that when I see it, I say it. Most of us here who supported whatever it is, the MAGA people, how is market? How is it going? How are we selling? How are we buying? Okay, and those people who think, oh, this person is God sent and all that, we are hearing about the atrocities and we are hearing about the threats. As a matter of fact, as of today, the Congress is being sent home because of they don't want one particular thing to be revealed. But no matter how they do it, whatever that is truth will surely come out one day. About Nigerian politicians and all that stuff, today, Cubana chief priest going to his village to share all those things. It's just so messy. What he is portraying is that those in his village are, poverty-stricken people. If you can come and throw money all around, there is no plan, nothing. It's just to do all those things just for politics and selfish things. But whichever way it is, take a stand. Stand for justice if you are standing for justice, and if you are on the other side that you just live in denial, continue to live in denial. And guess what? History beckons on every one of us. I end my case.
All right, thank you, Akwachi. Comrade.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Dr. Rudolph and other panelists. Greetings to the committee, those on the comment section and our esteemed audience across the globe. It's always a delight to be here, though sometimes we come here to receive insult. We don't care. Yeah, Akwachi, thank you for what you said. I don't know what you're trying to make out of what happened yesterday, but you ended up not saying anything.
Jesus Christ, I know you're gonna talk. Please, I was just acknowledging that I listened to you. I'm begging, please don't shout on me, please. I'm begging.
I wanted you to say something. I thought you wanted to air a position on what happened yesterday so that I can make it clearer to you, but that is by the wayside. Now, you just came up to say, see, our value systems are different. The gentleman I listened to, from the question you asked him at the beginning, the man has conquered death. There is a way you conquer death, like most of us did before we turned 20. You conquer death does not mean you're not going to die. But you have the conviction that death is inevitable. whether you sleep in your bed, whether you go to work, whether you drive your car, whether you cannot even afford a car, whether you are walking on the road, somehow, somewhere, you're going to die. So I called my younger sister yesterday. I was like, start doing things as if I'm not going to be alive for too long. So I'm already training her how to live on her own independently without me. Because I started with them, I was in year 1 when I started with them. So I didn't even, I didn't have the feeling that I was going to live up to this extent. So I'm already shaping them on how to live, stand on their own. You just came here now and said, you should start producing children. That is your own, that is the best value you can attach to life. So most of you cannot, people like you cannot go far because all you know about life is to marry and produce life. To you, that is the biggest achievement. To the gentleman that I listened to on this show today, he has a conviction to do what he's doing, irrespective of what happens to him tomorrow. He has conquered death. If I had come in earlier, I wanted to just tell him that he should continue what he's doing if he's so convinced beyond reasonable doubt that he's on the right track. So people like, Nigeria is not worth dying for. Nigeria is worth dying for. You pick and choose. If it's not worth dying for, if it's not for to you, it's not worth dying for. He might not be doing what he's doing because of Nigeria, but because he wants people to applaud him. And also listen to forefather. I was surprised that you are the one speaking like this today. Those of you, see, doctor, this is also a moment of sober reflection. For those of you that work with Shewere in Sahara Reporters, for the amount of expose you did against the political evil witchcraft in Nigeria, that Shewere was able to still leave America to go to Nigeria. The same people like forefather and Ovie will come here and call him gatekeepers, a Chinedu boy, a Donald Trump boy, and a FBI agent. So when you listen to people like this, the son of nobody coming from nowhere to air their views, to tell you what they face on daily basis, it's enough. It's a moment for us to reflect. Don't comment people like Shewere, people like you should not just out of nowhere and condemn them because you have nothing to say and you have nothing to offer. So if this is not coming from Shewere, and I listened to the gentleman, he said one of those that inspired him were people like Shewere. Maybe out of conviction, he did not see Shewere as an FBI agent. He didn't see him as a Chinedu boy. I'm not sure he saw him as a Abacha or IBB's boy. So, if you are doing something like out of conviction, you don't need anybody's validation. That is what is keeping people like Shewere going. I listened to Stay Humble earlier. He was so humble today. He was so touched today when they were reacting to the man, to the boy. But the same people like Stay Humble, we reduce Shewere to the level of a tissue paper because he's not supporting their principle. What has he achieved? He has no experience. All he has done in his life is Sahara Reporters. You are looking at Sahara Reporters that started from basement. You are not looking at the result and the revelation that have been made through that Sahara Reporters. Doctor, we are not sincere people. We are not honest people. We are not different from the so-called politicians we blame. We are not honest people. The apple does not fall too far from the tree. They emanate our leaders.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have to end it here. KJ is going to have KJ, you want to say something? KJ,
yes, it will be unfair if you allow me not to say anything.
Calling me out. They keep insulting me. Don't have the right to reply to them.
You guys don't want me to go.
They just keep insulting me constantly.
I'll come back to you. I'll listen to your forefathers. Maybe that will help.
It will be unfair.
KJ, go ahead.
Yes. I want to respond to people like forefather. I'm not sure, and I want to be emphatical here. Your level of patriotism is not close to anything any of us are displayed here. For me, especially for a person, we are one of those who believe that Nigeria was looking forward to a new generation, and that's why we never left Nigeria, even when we had the opportunity. Those of you who know the Nigeria of 1988 and the 80s, you know it was easy to leave Nigeria. I had the privilege of being able to leave. And we decided that we will not leave because we want to make sure that gleam of hope, that glimpse of light, that light we see somewhere can be achieved. And so we dwell in the situation where we know that it was possible to realize in Nigeria that was, we're looking up, but it never was. As we kept looking at the light kept moving. I don't want to go into my personal story, but when you come up to just, say what many Nigerians who are living outside of Nigeria today, it wasn't in their plans at all to live outside of Nigeria. But it came to a place where even you with the truth became a crime. For you to tell the truth became a crime. And so if you are no longer able to join the gang who make sure that nothing good comes out of the country, you have to find a way to leave. The other option, I was discussing with Rudolph in private, and I said maybe if I was still in Nigeria, I would have joined APC, because I would have seen that all hope have been lost. So you go in and loot as much as you can what you have loot and sit on the can and be looking at everybody. And every year, yourself and your family are doing very well. People are crying, okay, they don't have food. You know that your barn is full and your bank account is fat. You don't care. You follow them and put your mouth very well. When you finish, you go and confess your sin, to the priest. Today, this is what I said. That's what is going on. So, in that kind of situation, you see a young man, and many of us who put our lives on the line, and then eventually said that it was not worth it. And I still say it again to the young man: if he do whatever he wants to do, let him do. Because the moment he begins to think of getting married, whatever he's doing now cannot be achieved. That's why when I come, I don't take people like Shore for granted. I don't take people like Nnamdi Kanu for granted. It is not good for you to go against the status quo. I mean, it's not easy. These people have been in the trenches for years. And sometimes we look at them and think some even suggest that they probably are not doing it properly. It's just like those people wake up and they say all kinds of things about Peter Obi. Peter Obi has been a politician. In fact, whether you think he's successful or not, he has been a governor once. So he knows the rudiments, what it takes to get to that point. So if you are an outsider observing and think you know better than he, then you must be fooling yourself, because he is in the trenches. He's still there till tomorrow. And those of us who have been activism for some time now, we know that many have lost their lives without being reported. There are many journalists who have lost one thing or the other, or some don't. I have a friend who is living in the US now, and some days we are going to bring her to this program. So a lot of those activism who are practicing activism in the NGOs, because even the Nigerian NGOs are terrible. And the moment she exposed one of the NGOs, she was blacklisted. The only reason why she was able to escape is because she's not a Nigerian, she's an American Nigerian. And so what she did was to dust her passport and leave for the US. That's how those people work. They pass your name around. The moment you show up in any ministry, they say, oh, that's the root of Okonkwo we're talking about. And then everything just goes blank right in your face. Nobody wants to cooperate with you. Nobody wants to give you any reasonable answer. Okay? If you have friends there, they'll tell you, oh boy, no need to just waste your time. These people, they already mark you out. Okay? And then people like him who operate from local areas, they just pick you up. And the news media goes blank. Are you not surprised that Shembele, the guy in channels, Shembele, what's his name?
Sheng.
Not Sheng. The guy in the morning.
Chamberlain, you are right, Chamberlain.
Are you not surprised he has become very mellowed? Doesn't ask all those questions anymore longer. Okay, you think it's because he doesn't know how to ask questions again? But that was the guy that was holding the fort. What about Gbenga Aroluba? Where is he? He was thrown out of that program. I'm taken to 10 o'clock program where you will not see yourself. These are not done because the people lost. No, because they have stepped on toes. And I know I work closely with Gbenga Aroluba, and some of those governors they try to use his boss to deal with him. But no, American is American is a small fry when it comes to Gbenga Aroluba, because Gbenga Aroluba will look at the governors on their face and tell them exactly what they are doing in their states. So it was and I know this more because I was with him. We interviewed Rotimi and Metri together. He called me to back up that interview for him. So he will ask those questions that you will not be able to ask. Sometimes I ask him, how do you manage to ask this guy this question? He say, who are they? Okay. Now, but what we are saying is that these are fervent journalists. Okay. In fact, I don't want to go into his personal life, but eventually he was ill for a while and mysteriously ill, and let's not go there. But I'm saying that majority of those journalists who will stand the ground and take those hard beats and punch back, they frustrate you. They make sure your business and even your family don't get rest. They will tell your wife that, look, go and warn that your husband, he's stepping on too much toes. And then you go home and your wife is crying and telling you, you not come and finish yours here. Are you going to follow that story? So, talking about patriotism, there is nobody who is a journalist who is writing the correct story in Nigeria who is not more patriotic than even those people carrying the uniform in Nigeria, because nobody gives you any bribe. I don't know if there's any checkpoint where journalists collect bribe. That's why I say here, and I say it again, many Nigerian journalists survive on the brown envelope. They don't have salaries. Majority of the journalists you see do not have salaries. So they depend on NGOs like Ford Foundation, what's the other one? Who will support some of the activities. That's how some of them roll. And when those NGOs are not forthcoming, they have to depend on what the politicians will give them. So if you write a story or if you report the news, you have to report it in accordance with the person who has given you something to survive. Are you going to live on the trees to do the job? No. So let's also understand the dynamics of which these people are playing. And it's a balancing act. Most times you try to see. And some of them who are very bold still say, okay, I don't give a damn whether I get money or not. I will still say the truth. Their Ogah in the office will call them and say, come on, you are trying to destroy this business. So I didn't say it because of you. Mellow down. And we know one of our sisters who was here before, she had to go start her own broadcast because she couldn't ask the questions she wanted to ask. I don't want to call her name. She couldn't ask the questions she wants to ask without being harassed in the office. So say, know what? I don't need to be here to ask the question. Let me set up my own social media platform and ask those questions. So it's not like to say to Nigerians who was more patriotic than the Nigerians. We didn't care about tribe when we were in primary school or secondary school. How many of us cared whether somebody was from the north or from the south? It is the same system that brought it in. It's the same system that introduced religion. It's the same system that introduced the fact that this person is going to cheat you because from this place. This person is going to do this because from this place. It's the same system. And they are still dwelling on that very fault lines, which they have even expanded now to become a gulf. No longer just a line, it's a gulf. And that's going to consume all of us, whether we like it or not. I'll stop there. I'm sorry, before I finally end up, you see, if you follow the next broadcast, you're going to see, I want to play that story of that young boy, because I know that young boy when he was 7 years old. I know the parents, and I know how the father feels. That's the only son of the father, and Nigeria has not said anything till now. Anyway, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, sir.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Please join KJ in the next broadcast. Let me give just 2 minutes to AY and forefathers to respond to people. AY, 2 minutes.
Hey, thank you, Rudolph, for giving me the 2 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone from here. KJ, the last speaker actually asked you guys a question. The MAGA group said, how market? I want you to address that when you get to your next this. I want to really listen to you on that. On the issue, I don't know why everybody is actually castigating forefather for what he said. I also believe in one Nigeria. I believe in the progress of Nigeria. One thing we see fail to differentiate, the leadership in Nigeria today, the president is not the owner of Nigeria. Nigeria belongs to Nigerians. So this is one thing we need to know. It doesn't matter who's in power. The problem I think we have, we need the right leadership, which everybody have agreed, to fix the problems in the country. That is what we need. That's what we are not getting. Ugozika, she was explaining what is happening in communities in Ebonyi State. The guest speaker that was here, he's the things he was passing through in his state. They are from the same people. So that's why my argument has been, even if you split this country, divide it into other places, the same people, your own people, they will marginalize you. They will oppress you. The community fighting in Ebonyi State, they are the same tribe. So these are things we need to know. These things have happened before. So that's why when people are making all this argument of divide the country, blah, 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 I don't really believe that. I don't think it's a solution to the country. There is no way, except you can prove it to me beyond reasonable doubt. What we need in Nigeria, we need the right leadership. We need to sit down and have discussion. That's all we need. Oh, sorry, I got a call. So we need the right leadership to move this country forward. Period. This is very simple, and I don't think talking back and front of who is in charge, who is not in charge. The country Nigeria belongs to Nigerians. Nigerians need to discuss how to move this country forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, AY.
Doctor, just one second, a second. Is it possible to, I don't want to go all along. The America you stay was worse than Nigeria. The blacks in America could not sit in the same bus with the whites. They could not eat in the same restaurant with the white, even if they had their own money. Not able to talk of going to the same school. It took a result to say enough is enough. I'm not getting enough from this seat, to end that saga. So I can go on and on. I want to end it by saying, is it possible to bring the gentleman back so that we can do a kind of GoFundMe for him? This is the only way they survive. Even if tomorrow they turn out, Ugozika said something that touched me. She said, go to his page. The same people castigating him. The same people are blasting him. The same people slaughtering him on daily basis on social media are the same people he's trying to liberate. This is the kind of issue we face on daily basis. It's not just about the boy alone. It's about his family and everybody connected to him. His mother must be dying out gradually on daily basis. His siblings are wearing out on daily basis. We don't value our heroes. We come here every day to castigate them. Cowards, we come here every day. Instead of joining us with them to say, this is what enough is enough. 1% is holding us ransom. We blame Fulani. We blame for colonial masters. We blame the few politicians. What are we doing? What are we doing than to condemn and to destroy those that are making effort on the ground? I rest my case. Bring him back. Even if it's just $100. If nobody is willing to donate, I can give my widow's mite. I know what he's facing. I know the magnitude of what he's facing. I was incarceration for 6 years in Nigeria. No family member could visit because he has to do with federal government. Nobody from community could come because what they were told that if you show up, you will be arrested because it has to do with IBB and ICOMO. I rest my case, doctor. It's a lesson to us. When we hear from people like this, it's a moment of proper reflection to appreciate what the lives of Showers are doing on a daily basis. Thank you. God bless you.
All right. Thank you so much. I know that if you want to say something, let me say just before I forget, I keep forgetting so many things after each comment. I'll give out his contact for those who may want to, if you want to support him, reach out to me. I'll give you his contact. The problem with donating money on this platform is that, first of all, if you donate money, part of it will go to YouTube. And then, of course, there are other issues involving accounting for that. But the best thing is to go directly to him, and I'll give out his contact to anybody who wants to help him. Ify, go ahead. 1 minute before I give others to comment.
Comrade, good afternoon or good evening. Thank you for, always coming to voice your opinion. But I have a question for you. I know Showore is your candidate. Please, no disrespect. No yelling, no screaming. Why not ask Showore to align with other opposition? Because it's very difficult for him to win election, or let me not say to win election, to be the president. And I will tell you why. he needs to start from the House of Rep. He needs to start from being I'm a fan of Showore. Don't misunderstand me. I love Show. I mean, when I say I love him, I love him. Anytime I hear them saying anything, I mount. But with the way the corruption in Nigeria, with the way Nigeria is structured, it would be very difficult for him to be the president. So why not talk to him, tell him to start from House of Rep, Senate, and now people will know who he is, actually who he is. And now you start talking about being contesting for presidency. That's my opinion. Or he can align with other opposition. But the way you are, talking about him, which is okay, and the Showore is going about it, I don't think that's going to make any head in this country called Nigeria. In a free and fair election, yes, it might happen, but not this cabals, not these elites that we currently have in power at this point. No disrespect. Everybody's entitled to support who they want to support.
Can I have 1 second to respond?
Are we going to end today?
Is it a question? Was that a question or a comment?
No, I'm just saying if we.
I mean, we can continue. The
It's
other
more like 1 minute, I'm done. 1 minute, I'm done.
All right.
Yeah, you set your questions and you gave your answers. So, Showore is not winning because he's not getting our support. You call that kabam. Happy you didn't say 1 million people. You call that kabam. Kabam means we have a system of the government for the kabam and by the kabam and how they call it kabatocracy. So how many are these people? Are there more than 230 million people? No. But what we do is to tell you he has not done anything in his life. Where was Buhari? Where was Buhari a councillor? Was Buhari a governor? Was Buhari a senator? Where was the governor I have in my state now? He has no history of anything. The people of the put behind them. He has no history of business, no history of primary, secondary education. They wrote his wife for him at the age of 36. He could not even, what we call medical center. He could not copy the papers they were giving to him to write down. That was why the result was so poor. Today is a governor. And we come here to say, what has Showore done? Somebody that has been around before he turned 20. Today is about 54 or 55. We still questioning, he has no history. He has no experience. We are the one defeating ourselves. Even protests, before we go out to protest, we are already defeated because we are calling our people not to show up. Then, before they bring their tear gas and their bullets, we are already defeated. Protest kicks off. So we are the ones. We are the problem of ourselves, not the cabals to blame. Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Amore. For furthers, respond to them and then I'll round up.
Thank you for that. It will be easier for people to just agree with me than just try to rack in their brain how to disagree and insult me instead. Because when you tell them something that they don't like to hear, even when they know you're correct, they will just insult you. Omori's issue is that I don't support Showore, which he somehow is emotionally and loyally tied to.
You know a person you don't support, you call him names. You call him all sorts of names just to blackmail him. If good people are saying it, I don't have problem. When cowards are calling heroes names, I have problem with that.
Okay. So if I don't agree with the way somebody engages with the political system, and I feel like his ideological position is very lightweight, and his countenance and the way he conducts himself doesn't look like a kind of leader that I want to see, I have a right to speak on it. Not that I'm against some of the things his anti-corruption stance. I never criticize him for criticizing the government. I never criticize him for saying that Nigeria should be secure and all those things. If he's doing something positive, I won't criticize him. But if he's conducting himself the way I don't appreciate, I will not. If you put me Showore and Akpoti, I will choose Akpoti as a stance. If you put Showore and
what are you doing? What have you done? What have you done all your life towards a Nigeria project? What have you done? And what are you doing?
Hey, calm down, everybody. Let Fafada Fiji Omori calm down.
So there are things greater than just downright being ideologically welded to somebody, and his own ideological base, which tends to be left-leaning, is counter what Nigeria is looking for at the moment. But that said, regarding the value of life, that's where I agree with Omori when he said that the journalists, once you've made your decision that you are ready to conquer death, you do that. Because the truth is, you are going to die nonetheless. Most people die for free. They die chasing comfort that they will never find. Die in debt, die in foreign land, buried and never to be remembered. Even the place you are dying for, they don't even care for you. So they don't even care for you to the point whereby they don't even want to eat your meat. That's how bad it is. So the idea that there's this kind of perverted way with distorted reality. Many Nigerians, those Nigerians that are fighting to do the right thing and losing their life, that will say they are dying for nothing. You are talking about them right now. Do you know how many that have died that you are not talking about? Millions are dying every year that you don't even mention at all. They go for free. At least it's better to do something than not to do anything. Where you are busy chasing comfort, thinking that comfort is going to make you live forever. It's not. Somebody built those countries, and the argument stands on its own. That country you are running to go and build, somebody has already built it. It's saturated. As a matter of fact, part of the reasons why you see businesses overseas, because your environment is saturated with that business. You are trying to build a system that's already been built. You're just going to enjoy. You want comfort. Basically, a kind of gold digger's personality that we have. We don't want to do the hard work. We want others to do it, then we come and enjoy. But that's fine. Nobody's biting you and telling you not to do that. But don't discourage others that are willing to do the hard work. That is the only thing I don't have against them. Because they will say other people should not do it. Be like us. If everybody's like you, what country will you have left? What people? You will not even have your people left. That is why I think people should be thinking about the argument they are making. Because if they play it out, if they just simulate it a little bit in their minds, they will find out that they are actually advocating the extermination of their people. They will find out that's what they are doing. You can, in one sense, say, I don't want to suffer. But it doesn't mean any other person that is willing to do it should not do it. I can wish I had more heroes in Nigeria, but I don't want to be the one to do it myself. You can wish that. And they will be heroes. And praise them when you see them. Don't discourage them from doing it. Don't discourage them from trying to bring the truth out in Nigeria, even when they pay with their blood. Because when they bring that truth out, it could save millions of lives.
But forefathers, that's the same thing you are doing.
Hold on. You want to trade that one life?
The same thing you are doing. You are vacillating between two positions.
I'm not.
You are criticizing people for you are criticizing people for taking their own stand. You say it's bad.
Because you are telling them, no, hold on.
That your own stand is better.
Hold on. Let me make it clear. The position I'm stating is that you should not tell other people not to make the sacrifice. You can choose your path.
Yes, I agree with that.
Don't tell other people not to make the sacrifice.
You have to accept that too. You have to accept that too and stop criticizing and castigating people who don't take your position.
You can't tell other people not to make the sacrifice because it's not sound based. It's not based on sound logic. Because you're basically telling people to go and kill themselves. If you tell people to go and kill themselves, should I advocate? Should I support you?
All right.
I don't support you now.
Thank you so much. We have to end it somehow. Let me say a few things, and maybe that would. Oh, decolonization.
You could not forget me. I was busy, but I was hanging on.
All right, go ahead.
I was hanging on a very.
Go ahead.
Greetings to everybody. Omori, I wish I will see you one day and just give you a brace. Just hug you, because sometimes there are some kind of thing where you do when if you talk like this. I don't know as my joy they fool.
Show or soldiers.
Why you don't start again?
I be sure ma too now. What do you mean? I be sure ma any day.
You see, when we
say it's not about it's not about individual. It's about conviction and patriotism.
Patriotism. Thank you again. That is the problem. You see, there are some people who go come for our platform where they speak me all the time when they give you opportunity. Excuse me, they go come, they tell you, say they will be counting, they count their blessings on the platform. Last week, one come say they live for house where swimming pool day inside house. You go, they blow their nose. Another one don't come tell us now today, say they are very comfortable. They can bring the whole family to America. But Omoriye has told something where sweet me there. That America where una hide, una sell, where una think say Nigeria is not worth dying for. Some people, it was built on the blood of some human beings. So when we they talk about Nigeria, and excuse me, I make this point. This point is very important, Dr. Damages. Most of these people where they say Nigeria is not worth dying for, if you trace them well, now them destroy that Nigeria.
Why not go die for Nigeria? If I may, why not go die for Nigeria?
I'm not talking to you. Just let me use my time. I don't come here to argue with you.
No, I will not argue with you either.
Yes, so if you can just be humble and let me speak. I was called to speak, sorry. Because you see, when they keep telling you the achievement they have achieved. Doctor, if you remember one time I told you, I spend my time and money studying Nigerians. Most of these Nigerians who keep this opinion that Nigeria is not worth dying for are the people who destroyed Nigeria and ran away. I'm telling you true, I can count their names. They are the people who destroy Nigeria, can't carry the money of our Nigeria, can't run away because they believe say they have destroyed Nigeria. Those of us where they try to die for Nigeria, we are just wasting our time. So I just say, let me end because I know you are almost closing. I was just praying that I could get the opportunity to just chip in something. When we talk about P2B, that we don't like the move he made to ADC, we know what we are saying. It's not that Sowore cannot, because when they come, they tell us Sowore should go and start from local governments. So that when they go there now, Sowore will be licking their ass. And then any day where you talk, they go say, Shebi, you want to be president, and you know one obey. That is what they are doing to P2B today. If you want to be Nigerian president, you have to join us. And he has listened to them and went to join the people he was condemning. And let me end with this language. I want P2B, wherever he is, to go and apologize to Alhaji Danti. If he thought that the glory he got from Labour Party was only his own doing, he's making a mistake. Alhaji Danti did a lot. Kenneth Okonkwo did a lot. Patu Tommy he tore his paper for P2B, only to go to ADC to go and fool himself there.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much.
Let's move to the other channel, I bet.
Yeah, we are moving to the other. Yeah, move to the other channel.
Rudolph, sorry.
Who is speaking again?
It's Yakubu. This this issue of Nigeria, how deep is our unity? It's amazing me because we are really, really united. Though I can see it now clearly that we are really.
No. Let me say something. Maybe this will help, Yakubu. Maybe this will help. Okay. The structure of what we do, I think we are mixing too many things up that is confusing people. The structure of what we do here is to have conversation, and in just the nature of it, people will have different viewpoints. I think where we are getting confused a little bit is that sometimes people think that you can actually convince somebody to come to your side of the argument. I don't have that expectation when I'm part of a conversation like this. My expectation is I will air my view, you air your own view. And maybe people who are watching, or maybe when I go home and reflect, I may say, maybe if it made sense today, maybe I should shift my own position. That's the only goal. But somehow I think that we come to this conversation hoping that there is a way that these people are crazy. And this is what I tell people who come to me and propose ideas. People will oppose your idea. The nature of conversations, the nature of the structure of the world is that people will oppose your idea. Someone has the right to say, I don't want to die for Nigeria. Someone has the right to say, I will die for Nigeria. In fact, sorry, Rudolph, hold on. I don't want to forget what I'm saying. I didn't write it down.
Okay, your train of thought.
Let me finish. Sorry. So I think where the confusion is to say that if I want to die for Nigeria, I will go ahead and do things and die for Nigeria. The people saying that I shouldn't die for Nigeria will not stop me from not dying for Nigeria, not pushing for what I want. So I'm not like I hear people say these people want to break Nigeria up. They're doing their job. It's the job they assign themselves to, break Nigeria up. They are not stopping you from making Nigeria to work for everybody. In fact, they should motivate you. If I believe in Nigeria and I want it to work, the people saying they want to break it should motivate me to prove them wrong. And that's what I think should be the focus of people. If you believe in something, you fight for it. Don't keep blaming people who do not believe in it. They're playing their role. I have antibodies and you have people who do science. They're there to actually motivate you. They're not there to stop you. But I think most people spend their time trying to fight people who are opposing them, who are saying the opposite thing. Go ahead and prove it. That's the challenge. I do teach, mention this in class here, it's not important, but when Christopher Columbus and people like that left Europe, they were not happy. They were not happy about the structure of power in Europe. They left, they were leaving. People must have been telling them, you can fix it. Let's sit down and fix it. Let's fix Europe. No, they left. And there were people like Oliver Cromwell, and they decided that we have to restructure things. They stayed there and fought. These things happen at the same time. We can't just say because some people are saying leaving Nigeria or they are the problem. No, go fix it. They will come back. And for people who felt that, please, I think that's what is missing here. People are thinking that the enemy is the other person because they have a different position. No, that's not your enemy. That's actually someone that should motivate you, and hopefully you will be able to do more to prove, because you have to prove it, that your position is the right one. All right. Thank you, everybody. But
that's what's happening verbally now. It's happening verbally, and Oliver Cromwell spoke about it and ended up beheading the king, treating the king as an enemy.
And that's why some people are saying you should go home and then make it happen. So anyway,
it's a phenomenon you are seeing.
so thank you so much. I appreciate that. I just want to point it out because people talk as if they are these are people stopping you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. The only person that donated today, we have to. There are two. Kulata, thank you so much for supporting us, and Igbo Basics, thank you so much for supporting us. Next week, we're going to bring you another interesting guest. I'm working on a few people. I haven't narrowed it down, or we have not agreed on a particular day, but I will announce that during the week. Again, thank you, Comrade, for being here, Amore. We always appreciate you. Thank you, Yakubo, for being here. Thank you, AY, for being here. Thank you, Forefathers. Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Ife, and all the people that joined us. Those watching at home, thank you. We appreciate you. And those on the comment section, Prince Akwachi, thank you so much for your support. We sit down here 4 hours, 5 hours. I was going to, as the day was going, I was thinking, okay, I hope somebody will support us because we have a lot to take care of. Again, thank you all. I appreciate you. See you next Saturday with another edition of Have Your Say, and on Sunday, 90 Minutes Africa. Take care.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀. Ọwọ́ ẹni ló ti ṣàánú kọ́. Ayé la bá, ayé la fi sílẹ̀ sí. Ọ̀nà èyí yóò.
Thank you so much for watching. Thank you. Have you subscribed? Yes, you. Have you subscribed? You. Yeah, before you go, click. It's free. Click. Just that's it. Have you subscribed? You're laughing. Have you subscribed? Have you subscribed? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, madam. Thank you so much. I can see you. We have to get to 100,000 subscribers. By the end of the year, how are we going to do that if you don't subscribe? Yes, you. Yes, you're about to click off. Why? Have you subscribed? It's free. If you don't, ask your son, ask your daughter how to. Just one click. Thank you. Thank you. I see you. Aha. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.